Recording in progress.
Okay, we have a motion by Emilio, second by Rao. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the of the agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Agenda is set for the evening. We will move on to item 2, presenting awards and proclamations at the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce Annual Awards on March 21st. And so those awards are going to be presented at that time. The 2024 Citizen of the Year, Jeff Davi. The 2024 Community Impact Award to Sandra Button. 2024 Ruth Vreeland Memorial Public Award to Mayor Carbone, Sand City. The 2024 Robert Littlefield Award to Sean Adams, owner of Monterey Signs, and the 2024 Business of the Year, which will be announced on the night of the event. Thank you very much for your service to the city. All of these folks that are going to be receiving commendations from the city of Pacific Grove and others. Thank you very much. And we're looking forward to the event on Friday. At this time, I'll go on to council and staff announcements, and I'll recognize our city attorney on item 3A, a report on closed session.
Yes, we have no reportable action from the closed session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierik. And now I'll recognize council members that have any announcements. Councilmember Rao.
Thank you. I know when I first, I think one of the first 2 meetings, I had mentioned that we were having issues with the junk folder. I'm now up to 21 as of the start of this meeting. I'm up to 21 messages in the last 2 weeks that were in my junk folder for various and sundry items on the agenda tonight. So just be patient as we're still trying to work through this. But I would ask that everybody put the agenda item in the subject line and don't attach documents or links, because we're not going to open them and we're not going to go to them, because that's like the biggest way to get yourself put into email purgatory. So anyway, we're still trying to work through it, and I thank the public for their patience.
Thank you very much. Any other council announcements? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and recognize City Manager Matt Morganson to give staff announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple announcements I'd like to make tonight. The first one is, if you paid attention to press releases lately, we announced that we've appointed a new chief of police that'll start in a week and a half now, I guess, on the 31st of this month. On April 2nd, the whole community is invited to come for the swearing in ceremony. That'll be at 4:30. It'll be in this room. At that meeting, we'll have the ceremony itself and then some light refreshments, and you'll get a chance to meet the new chief. So I invite everybody to come out. Along with that, though, I also want to take the opportunity to recognize Commander and Acting Chief Brian Anderson for the work he's done over the last probably more than a year at this point. So as most of you know, Brian was voluntold that he's going to be the acting chief pretty quickly after he got here. So, and he's done a great job of keeping our city safe, along with Commander Don Delfino as well. So wanted to take an opportunity quickly to just recognize them for that. So if anybody else wants to around town, just thank him. And I guess the last thing I wanted to announce is you may have noticed that we put a stop sign back in on Pine Street. So just be careful when you're traveling amongst the traffic over by the elementary school, because there's an extra stop sign that is back that used to be there. So you have 2 in a row now. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Acting Chief Anderson, for your work. Thank you, Commander Delfino, for your work. And congratulations, City Manager Mogensen, on your hiring of the new chief, Chief Day, and we look forward to working with them. Thank you so much. And now we're moving on to general public comment. That is, general public comment deals with matters of subject to the jurisdiction of the city and the city council, but is not on the agenda tonight. So if anyone wishing to speak in chambers, please come forward for general public comment, and please recognize that there are a lot of items that are on the agenda that you might need to wait to speak to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Golbeck, and I'm the head of a community outreach organization called the BBB, Bring the Butterflies Back to Pacific Grove. And our aim has been to get public input and public support for bringing the Holman Building stained glass back to the city. I'm happy to say that our request to have an early agendized council meeting on the issue, now that the application is in, has now been scheduled for April the 16th. And I encourage any BBB members or members of the public that want to come and hear the council's deliberation and the public input on this important project. It's very, very exciting. Along those lines, I have one of our members made a drawing of what we think is the best place for the butterflies to land, and that is at our Butterfly Museum, the Museum of Natural History. The city clerk was unable to put this on the screen for today. There was some kind of IT glitch. So I'm going to turn around and I'm hoping that the guy that's filming can see this. This is a rendering of what it will look like. And I want you all to think about how cool it will be to have that butterfly with light shining behind it when we have our public events such as the Christmas tree lighting with our kids singing carols and have our butterflies shining down on them. At the BBB, we already have 2 sculptors saying that they will do butterfly sculptures for that park. And I think it's going to soon be called Butterfly Square, but we'll have to see, one thing at a time. But I encourage people to come. If they want more information from the BBB, you can email me at susangoldbeck1@att.net. We've talked to the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary, the Kimpton Hotel, the Chamber of Commerce, and over 400 citizens, all very enthusiastic about the project. Thank you.
Okay.
Am I out of time?
No.
I have one other subject. Can we put another hat on? I'm talking as a citizen. Last time I was here, I heard Darlene Madison come in and complain about the high increases in the memorial benches that we have all over town. And as a citizen, I say, this should not be a fundraiser. This should be whatever, if it costs you, 200% more, then you raise it to that, but it should not be a fundraiser. These are people in our city who have contributed for decades, and it should be just cost of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anton?
Well, hello, council members again. I'm Jeannie Anton, and I'm representing the Chautauqua Project fundraising for Chautauqua Hall. First of all, I want to thank our city manager and all of you for moving forward with the application for, hopefully, for be putting the hall on the National Register. Right now, that's sort of moving along, and I'll keep you posted. We'll see what happens. My fingers are crossed. Our fundraising is going well, and I'm very appreciative for all the donations that we've received from the community. Recently, the Fishwife hosted an entire day for our project, and I'm very pleased yesterday to accept a very generous check from the owners, Jay and Merrill Alpay. And thank you for some of you that I saw there. I want to thank Dan Go. He's meeting with us, and we've got some plans in the works, so it's moving along. And I also want to say to everybody that's kind of asked about it, what are you going to do? I think in the end, you're going to notice that it looks better from the outside, but we're not going to change the outside. We're going to make it look better. We're going to refresh it. But the changes that will be made are very minor. They'll be interior. And we're just hoping that the hall will, have, again, this refreshed look and that we can enjoy it for another 144 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and I'll go to Mr. Tuminello.
I want to thank that lady for speaking about the Chautauqua Hall. I don't know her name, but I support her efforts, and I'm sure the whole community would like to see that building in better repair with a better outside new paint job, maybe a little bit of groundskeeping around there too. And in a little way, I'm a little hurt that the citizens have to do fundraising for a historic building that you, the council and the mayor and the city staff should all be supporting, that the city should have picked up the tab on that. They shouldn't have to beg hand and fist to collect some money to do all of this renovation. It should be the city's responsibility. That's number one. Number two, Susan Goldbeck has a very good point about the butterfly stained glass window. I can't believe this has bounced around so many times for so long. You know, she's come up with a great plan to put it at the museum, and I want to support her and invite the people in the BBB to support her and to get together and to work on that and continue to get some cooperation from the council, the mayor, and the staff to have that be a successful situation. Maybe Public Works needs to get involved too in that. And third, I want to thank everybody who facilitated one of the best nights I've ever had in over 40 years of living in Pacific Grove last Friday night at the St. Patrick's Day Festival that was held downtown. Everywhere from the Monarch at one end all the way down to the Brew and Fog place down at the other end was a fabulous activity. They had music, they had a few bands, hundreds of people were out, and I met so many new people that have lived in Pacific Grove for over 10 years who I've never seen before. So many people were out enjoying themselves. And everybody said to me, Vince, why don't we do this every weekend? And that's a great question. You know what they used to call this town when I first moved here? Instead of calling it Pacific Grove, they used to call it Pacific Grave. And it's been that way for a long time. Those of you who were new, some of you didn't even live here, you know, back then. I mean, I'm not that I'm a big shot. I wasn't born here. I moved here in the 70s. But Pacific Grave, that's what they call it, because there's nothing going on here. Dead. Nobody came to shop. Nobody drove through town. Of course, we're on a peninsula. We're not in the middle where cars have to go, like Lighthouse Avenue and so on and so forth. And I don't know how anyone has a successful business here under these conditions. So let's bring a little life to town. I want to thank you so much and thank the people who organized that St. Patrick's Day Festival. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if you missed it, try next year.
Hold the applause, please. Hold the applause, please. We'll go online.
We have two public comment online. Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you very much. This afternoon, I called the non-emergency number for the police department. I had received a report of an injured deer. And so I got the recording, and I was asked if I wanted a link sent to me, text to me for the call, and I said, sure. So I opened up the link, and to my surprise, there was a very simple form I was able to fill out with the location, my personal information, and then provide a description of why I was calling, and then I submitted it. And within 5 minutes, Amanda, I think she's a community service officer and parking enforcement person, called me, very polite, very professional, let me know that they were looking in the vicinity of where the incident occurred, and they could not find the deer. And so obviously the deer limped off somewhere, and I'm sure it's going to be okay. But I want, well, actually, everybody got to know about that. I mean, it was such a great experience and so simple, and the timeliness of the reply was incredible and quite surprising. So I'm very pleased I had that experience, and I will continue to use it when it's appropriate. And just FYI, that is for non-emergency calls. So thank you again to the police department and to Amanda for your quick response. Thank you.
Carrie Bertoli.
Hi, good evening. Just really quick, I just wanted to comment and ask if, you know, when you have people that are presenting there in person and they're there at the microphone, maybe make sure that they stay facing the microphone. I was really interested in the first gal was talking about the butterfly stained glass, and I only got to hear about half of what she was saying because she turned away. So not trying to be critical, but just if anybody's helping moderate that can help them understand that if they could face the microphone when they're speaking, then we can hear online as well. That was all. Thank you.
We do not have any further online comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment. We'll come back for the consent agenda. The consent agenda deals with routine and non-controversial matters and may include action on resolutions and ordinances for which testimony is not anticipated. So at this time, I'll ask if anyone would like to pull an item off the consent agenda. Council? Anyone else? I see one hand raised.
Carmelita Garcia.
I'd like to pull 7B. I'm sorry, did any council member pull an item I couldn't hear?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Second reading of an ordinance regarding the year budget modification. Okay, we'll place that right after consent. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent with that item pulled. Say it again into the microphone.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by McDonald, second by Amelia.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So 7B is pulled. It'll be heard right after consent. I'm gonna take a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, consent passes unanimously with 6 votes. We do have 1 abstention or 1 absence today. And we will go ahead and move to the second reading of the mid-year budget modification, 7B. And I will go to Ms. Garcia for comment on the item. Ms. Garcia, your comment on the item.
Okay, there, I'm unmuted now. So I wanted to speak to its, on the agenda report I have in my hand is on page 2, general fund proposed adjustments. I wanted to speak to the ADA assessment completion, Public Works, $40,000. And whether or not, specifically where these funds will go to and what ADA items. And the time frame, and then whether or not this includes the findings of a 2023 ADA assessment completion that was done. It was a self-evaluation and transition plan. It was prepared by the Disability Access Consultants LLC, which concluded in 2023. So anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can anyone on staff speak to those questions? Okay, Mr. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Smith, members of the city council, I can address those questions. So the $40,000 will be utilized to complete the ADA transition plan. We were able to complete probably 3/4 of it. We still have some sidewalk right away that needs to be evaluated. We're also going to get disability consultants, disability access consultants, DAC, kind of on like a retainer. So if we have any issues that come up, they can help us navigate our transition plan. In addition to that, they're going to help us finalize up the transition plan and the information that's already been put there by starting to assign dates that we will then be making these improvements by. So basically we could like assign like next fiscal year all the way up to like a 30-year date time frame on making some of these improvements. And they're going to assist us in doing that with this $40,000. So finish the plan, get it from draft form into finalization with all of the dates that are necessary to go into those implementations.
Thank you very much. Do we have any additional public comment on this item? Yeah, okay, why don't you recognize?
Inga Lawrence and Dahmer.
Thank you. Am I on? Because it's so interesting, all the council members and especially the mayor, the whole volume level just dropped.
Yeah.
I mean, and I could hear Dan go loud and clear. I could hear Carmelita loud and clear. The rest of you, you're a mumbled mess. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Next, anyone else online? Okay, we'll close public comment on this. And I'll be entertaining a motion on the second read, the recommended action.
Motion to pass the second reading of the ordinance regarding fiscal year 24-25 mid-year budget modifications.
And we have a motion by McDonald. Do I have a second? Okay, we're trying to pick our voices up. We're speaking into the mic here. Second from Amelia. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a voice vote on this. I don't want to yell at everybody, but I'll take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Moving on to, I believe we're now at item 11A. Let's see here. Yes, we are at item 11A. This is, I'm not going to read all that, but it is relating to the map and a report that we need to approve under the Elections Code, section 21130F. And so at this time, it is past 6:15, and I'll recognize our city manager. Can we stop that?
So I'll be presenting on this item, Mayor.
Both will be presenting on this item.
Certainly. So could we have the PowerPoint?
Mr. Emmett, can you-
So while
that you just read the-
while they're doing that, I can start with the presentation. So the council may recall that on March 5th, the council had held the fourth public hearing as part of the process for transitioning from at-large districts to district elections. That's pursuant to Elections Code Section 10010. And at that meeting, the council introduced by first reading the ordinance to establish the district-based elections, designating map 101, and it also included sequencing for future elections. There have been no changes between the first and the second reading of the ordinance, and the clerk has caused a summary of the ordinance to be published on March 13th. As the mayor indicated, under Elections Code Section 21130F, there's a requirement for a report to be prepared with respect to the criteria that are found in Section 21130. And we're going to spend a few minutes here going through those criteria based upon the comments from council and the public. And we'll go through that, and I'll be asking at the end, I'll be making some recommendations with regards to the report. So can we have the next slide, please? I think I just said that, so we can go to the next slide. All right. And I just said that, so we can go to the next slide. All right, now we finally get to the nitty gritty here. Here's the report for the basis for the decisions. The reference number that you see there, well, the number 1 is because that's the first one. And then the subsection A, those are all subsections of 21130. And the first requirement is that the districts be substantially equal in population. That means that they have a variation. You can never make them exact, but the variation has to be less than 10%. And with map 101, the maximum deviation is 8.09%. So that requirement has been met. Next slide. This requirement B1 is a required finding as to whether or not it is possible to create a district in which a minority group is sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a single member district. And on January 24th of 2025, as posted on the city website, it is not possible to accomplish that. So that requirement has been met. Next slide. The districts must be geographically contiguous, and in map 101, they are geographically contiguous. Next slide. There is a requirement in section C2 that local communities of interest be respected. So I'm not going to read all the words here. They're here on the screen. Everyone can see them. It's also in the agenda packet, but basically it makes reference to observing the school district attendance boundaries, providing representation for the coastal areas, uniting George Washington Park and Del Monte and Town Center. All right, next slide. This slide is a continuation of the same requirement about local communities of interest. You see the reference here to the Butterfly Sanctuary, uniting the neighborhoods that are listed there on the screen, and the other findings that are shown here on the slide. I'm going to pause just for a second in case people have questions at the end. All right, let's move to the next slide. There's a requirement under section C3 that the geographical integrity of the city shall be respected. This is a criteria that does not apply to a city. Next slide. This is section C4, and it requires that the district shall be bounded by natural and artificial barriers, by streets or by boundaries of the local jurisdiction. As noted here in the slide, that map 101 satisfies that criteria by following natural and artificial barriers. And then there's a list of all of the natural barriers that are shown on this slide. After a listing of all of those natural barriers, there's a conclusion that the only border that follows smaller streets is the boundary between districts 5 and 6. However, those streets are recognizable. All right, next slide. This is a requirement in section C5 of the code referencing geographic compactness. The 6 districts in map 101 are geographically compact, and the shape of District 5 unites the Glen neighborhood while following census geography. Next slide. Requirement D, criteria D, is that district boundaries shall not favor or discriminate against an incumbent, political candidate, or political party, and the map 101 satisfies that criteria. It does not favor or discriminate against any incumbent, political candidate, or political party. Next slide. District boundaries, this is subsection E. District boundaries may not use any criteria that is prioritized over the criteria in subdivision C or that conflicts with the requirements of subdivision A through D. And as noted here, the map 101 does not use any criteria that does prioritize those criteria or that conflicts with subdivisions A through D. So that requirement has been met. Next slide. All right, that's the end of the requirements. I know that took a little bit of time, but I think it's necessary for council and the public to be aware of what those criteria are and what the council's findings are. So here's the recommendations. When I'm finished, you can ask me questions or ask me later if you have any. At some point, we'll need to open the public hearing and hear public comment if there is any with respect to the proposed ordinance. And then the second recommendation would be to a motion to adopt on a second reading the ordinance. And then finally, a motion to approve the report. The report itself is attachment 3 to the agenda packet. And then I do have one more slide.
Go for it.
Okay, I was going to say a spoiler alert, but I finally got here. That's if you have questions, but you can ask them now or ask them later.
Thank you, Mr. Perrick. Thank you. I think that is important that we went through the basis for the decision, and now we'll go ahead and go out to public comment on this particular item relating to our second read. Any comment on this online? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for action. As I said, I think that the basis is well drawn out in attachment 3, and this is the second read of what we've already passed. So I'll entertain a motion.
So the first motion would be to adopt on a second reading the ordinance establishing district-based elections for council members.
Okay, that'll be the motion. Anyone wish to make it?
I move as the city attorney stated.
Okay. So we have a motion on item 2. Can I get a motion on recommendation 3 as well?
I move we approve report on the basis for decisions pursuant to Elections Code Section 21130F, Attachment 3.
Beautiful. Okay, so we have a motion for items, recommendations 2 and 3. We've held item 1. We've already completed that. Do I have a second? Second.
Just want to make sure council understands they're voting on both motions at the same time.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Everyone understand? Okay, great. Okay, any discussion? We have a motion, motion by Paduri, second by Emilio. Any discussion? Right. Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Thank you very much. And congratulations to the council on getting this done and the staff for assisting us in completing our duty on the district boundaries. It was a long one. I got to find my agenda here. We're going to 11B. This is the tree appeal, 105 20th Street. So tonight we're going to be having a de novo public hearing for the tree removal permit application. And that means we will hear it anew. And I will recognize George first, Environmental Program Manager. We're going to have a staff report, sir, before you get to speak. That's okay.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Smith. Today we are discussing a tree appeal at 105 20th Street, 2 palm trees. And just to front load with some visuals, here are the 2 palm trees in question. This is on the block of 20th, just around the corner from the bottom of Caledonia Park. Here's another view of said palm trees. And just a quick background of the Pacific Grove Municipal Code, Title 12, trees in the urban forest. In the code, there was a goal set by City Council to achieve a citywide canopy coverage of 33%. At the time that goal was made in 2012, it was assessed at 25.8%. There's a handful of categories of protected trees. Some are protected based on their species, some are protected based on their location, and all private trees with a trunk diameter over 12 inches are protected. And that's the situation with these 2 trees. They're on private property and they have a diameter of 12 inches. Pruning and removal of protected trees requires a permit under direction of the city arborist. Under the appeal process, any person may appeal the decision of the city arborist to the BNRC initially, and those appeals can go both ways. You can appeal the granting of a permit to remove or prune, or you can appeal the denial of a permit to remove or prune. At the BNRC may affirm, reverse, or modify the action of the arborist, and in doing so shall apply the findings set out in PGMC 12, 10, 20, and the urban forestry standards. Decisions of the BNRC may be appealed to the city council, and that's what brings us here today. And the council may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Beautification and Natural Resources Commission and/or the action of the city arborist. And in doing so shall apply the findings set out in PGMC 12, 10, 20, and the urban forestry standards. The recommendation tonight from staff is to deny the appeal of tree permit application 24176 and uphold the decision of the city arborist denying the removal of the 2 palm trees at 105 20th Street. Quick timeline. It was September 30th, 2024. The application for removal of the 2 palm trees was received with a third-party arborist report. The application stated very sharp palm fronds falling on pedestrians and vehicles as reason for removal. The provided arborist report included 3 recommended actions. 1, removal, and then alternatively 2, pruning, thinning if removal is not authorized, and 3, monitoring after tree work and abnormal weather. The city arborist denied application, assessing that subject trees are healthy and risks can be mitigated with proper maintenance, in line with provided arborist recommendation number 2. November 19th, an appeal was received of the city arborist's decision. January 21st of this year, the appeal was heard before the BNRC and was denied with a vote of 5-1 with 1 commissioner absent. And January 31st, a second appeal of the city arborist's decision and the BNRC's decision was received. The provided arborist report findings state that both palm trees are in fair condition with an abundance of dry palm fronds. Both palm trees have not been maintained recently, and the possibility of fronds dropping, which has been reported, can become hazardous. Removal is primary recommendation with alternate option to maintain and monitor. Tree work done with proper authorization and by licensed professional tree service. And that's all stated by the third-party arborist, not the city arborist. The city's findings, our city arborist's findings, are that the trees appear to be healthy and risks can be mitigated with proper maintenance based on ANSI A300 standards. The staff suggestion is that the trees, such as the subject tree, meet the general finding of the city per code section 121020. They provide stormwater benefits, habitat for wildlife, provide protections from climate extremes, improve overall human health, and help the city meet our canopy goals. The trees should be maintained and monitored. Again, there's some visuals of the trees. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Forrest. Before we get to the public, I'm going to recognize our city attorney, Brian Pierrick, to go over the remaining substantive procedural steps, or I'm sorry, not substantive, procedural steps.
Yes.
Can't mix those up. For this hearing tonight.
Thank you. Yes, the applicant or the appellant here would be entitled to 10 minutes for his or her presentation. And then public comment, the standard 3 minutes. And then the applicant would have an opportunity for a rebuttal of up to 5 minutes.
And then it'll come back to us for our deliberation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So, sir, are you the applicant, sir? Okay, now you can have 10 minutes at the podium. Please speak into the microphone. Don't turn around. That's weird. That's a no-no. You're gonna have to keep that near your.
You can't hear me?
They can't hear you. It's not us.
Can you hear me now?
I think he sounds okay now.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Go
right.
ahead.
The reason we're here again is that we feel very strongly about these two trees. They are within 5 to 6 feet of the house next to it, the pink house, 5 to 6 feet. That means the prongs on the tree expand another 4 feet on either side of the trunk of the tree, and the prongs fall right on the sidewalk going into the house. And they are penetrating, you couldn't see in that those photographs, but they're penetrating into electrical lines overhead. And so there's a potential that there could be a problem with electrical lines in a storm and rain and so on and so forth that would be a danger to the house and to whoever would be in the way of it. We're very much concerned about that. The house, we own both these houses. We own the house that we're talking about and the property next door to it. And this house, the house in that I'm talking about, 3 years ago was we were notified by our insurance because the big tree that's on the corner, it's what kind is it? It's not a, help me out here, Doc. What is it? Yeah, it's a great big black walnut. It's huge. It's like the first tree that was ever planted in that whole area. And it was growing over our roof. And we were told by the insurance to, do something because they're going to, get serious about that because they don't want trees of that size hanging over the top of the roof. So we ended up having that removed. The city actually did the removal of the branches. So what we're concerned about is the tree getting bigger. The bigger it gets, the more expensive it's going to be to maintain in that very confined area. And it's very, very, very much a hazard. The last storm we had, that really heavy wind that we had this last couple of weeks ago, blew fronds off the tree and broke the windows in the house, on the side of the house at the entrance that I'm talking about. So they fall, but they don't just fall straight down. So they had to move sideways, and they did so, and they broke the window. So now we have to replace that window. So we're concerned about just the overall safety, the fact that fire could be a problem in the event of storms and whatnot. And we think that these trees are really not very good looking, and they don't emphasize, or they don't present themselves as something that's really should be protected. They're more of a weed at this point. They're a weed, and they're not the type of tree that is naturally grows here. They're Southern California, that part of the country, they do, but that was an ornamental planting that took place there. And we are willing to pay the cost of having it removed, and we will be happy to put another tree somewhere on the property to accommodate any of those type of issues that you might have. Um, so the main thing is the safety of people coming and going. Again, those prawns fall and they can land on the deck of the house. And that's where the kids hang out. They play on that deck. The kids, if you don't pick up one of these prawns, I don't know if anyone's seen one before, but they got teeth on them. They're like alligator teeth. And if they hit you, they can actually cut you, you know, if they fall on you. If children are unlucky enough to try to play with them, like let's get a stick and play swords, they're going to hurt themselves by the prawns. So the point being, the reality is keeping that place clean and crisp of prawn, of the debris falling from the tree is very, very unlikely. And on top of the fact that it's growing into the we felt like we didn't have
highlight what we discussed within our meeting and why we decided this way. So the 2 date palms are healthy trees with no sign of disease. With proper trimming and maintenance, as stated in arborist Amanda Gates' report, the recommended action number 2 is a
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move on to, thank you, sir and ma'am, for coming tonight. Move on to item 11C, David Avenue Street Rehabilitation. And I'll recognize Public Works Director, Deputy City Manager, go.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Tonight, I'm here to present a first reading of an ordinance that will amend the budget to allocate more funding for the David Avenue Street Rehab Project. I have a very brief presentation I'll give you tonight. The recommendation tonight is to have the city attorney read the ordinance and then motion to waive the further reading. And then introduce and hold a first reading of an ordinance to amend the budget to allocate more funding for the project. And then direct the publication of the ordinance. But here's the good part of it. Authorize the agreement with Monterey Peninsula Engineering for the David Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project, which includes replacement of sewer infrastructure for an amount of $480,560 plus a 15% contingency. So a little bit of background, the City Council approved the fiscal year 24-25 budget on June 19th of 2024. We allocated funding for this project, but we need to allocate a little bit more now that we've got the bids in to ensure successful completion. It's customary to revisit the council to make adjustments like this to the budget once we have the project bids formally provided to the city. So the budget amendment will request the allocation of an additional $267,000 out of Fund 17, Measure X. So no general fund funds will be used for this project. It's all Measure X and sewer fund. This agenda report also includes the ordinance for this budget amendment. So what is the David Avenue Rehab Project? So it's rehabilitating the whole roadway and the sewer system from the Visadero to basically Forest. So we've had this on the books for a couple years, but it's because we tie into the Caltrans right away. That stoplight at Forest and David is Caltrans. All the traffic infrastructure, the traffic loops you see in the ground there are Caltrans. So we had to go through the rigorous permitting process, back and forth with the plans with them. That probably almost took me 8 months to 12 months to just finalize that. We got the permit, we put the project out to bid. We're here today to perform the project. So we will be reconstructing 18,600 square feet of roadway, 400 square feet of sidewalk, 350 linear feet of sewer main, but we're also going to be constructing new asphalt concrete walkways through Higgins Park to make that all ADA compliant. Right now you have that ramp by the service sign on David Avenue. That's a Caltrans ramp. They put that in, but you get to the top of that ramp and you're on dirt with roots and it's not accessible. So we'll be building a 5-foot pathway off of that ramp and then an 8-foot pathway, which matches existing infrastructure through the park that will then tie into Morris Drive at the bottom. So that gives us access if we need to get to the through the park with our vehicles, bicycles, so on and so forth. Now everything's going to connect and be accessible. So you could see David Avenue, it's a PCI of 48, which is in a failed condition. That's a pavement condition index number. 100 being we just built the road, right? Day one, it's 100. 48, it's not our worst, but it's definitely not good. We're constantly working on this stretch of roadway. So you could see the potholing, the alligatoring, so on and so forth, the pavement's failing. And then on the bottom, you can see where the walking paths are. So we're going to just be reestablishing those walking paths and formalizing them and making ADA compliant pathways. So the project funding is $533,000 out of Measure X, which is funds that are generated from the local county sales tax measure, and then $156,000 from sewer funds. Now, I know the project's only $480,000 plus the 15% contingency with Monterey Peninsula Engineering, but we've had extensive engineering on this project primarily because of the Caltrans interaction, which have already been noted towards the project. And then we anticipate more engineering with our traffic engineer and our civil engineering team as we do the construction, just because of the complexity. Now, I am going to state this and I don't have timing yet, and I will alert the community and the city council, but we will probably be closing that section of David Avenue during the duration of the construction. I will inform, as I said, the public when we do that. We're going to have the whole road opened up with the sewer line. It's going to be torn up. It's not going to be accessible. The traffic loops are going to be taken out. The stoplight in that direction won't be working. We will minimize the disruption. We will get in there. We will do the work as expediently as possible. But that's kind of what we're going to need to do with this is small portion of roadway, but it's very complex. That concludes my report. And we will put out the traffic signs. We will alert everybody of the closures with the dates. Once I get MPE under contract, we'll start working out schedules. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go out to the public for comment on this item. This is the David Avenue Street Rehabilitation Project. If you have a comment, please come in the chambers, come forward. I see two people fighting over who goes first.
Smith, council members, my name is Miraby. I just have a question. The path in Higgins, oh, I know, don't turn around. The path in Higgins Park, is that going to be parallel to David or parallel to Forest or both?
We can answer that after the public comments over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annie Berlin and I live at 501 Forest. I'd like to know what is already a problem on Forest Avenue in terms of speed and traffic, what the impact of David is going to be on Forest.
Okay, we'll try to answer that question. I'm not sure we're going to be able to answer that one. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? We'll go online.
Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you. Well, sounds very exciting. That'll be very nice to have accessible or accessibility in that part of Higgins Park. I do have one request. So Caltrans did put in that ramp, and it is a ramp. And I approached them with a request to put in handrails. So Mr. Go, who's the ADA 504 coordinator, if you could please check into that. I would hate to see someone in a wheelchair or a walker go tumbling down that ramp. Caltrans indicated that they were not required to do handrails. So while you're at it, maybe the city could install them for safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further comment. online.
Okay. Back to the public. And first, I'm sorry, we'll bring back to the council for action. I'm going to recognize Mr. Guard. If you could speak to the Higgins Park question, and if you can, the traffic, but I'm not sure that's going to be able to be done. I get that.
Of course, Mayor Smith. The walking paths, there will be two walking paths, one that's parallel to David, and then one that goes down the park so that is more parallel to Forest that will tie in at Morris Boulevard down at the bottom of the hill. So we'll be building two of them. With regards to speeding on Forest, this shouldn't affect if there's speeding that's occurring, I don't see how this project would slow or enhance speeding. I mean, we still have the stoplight there, but if there's a issue with speeding, I'd be happy to provide my information, contact information to the member of the public, and they can reach out to me and I can address that to the appropriate person and city staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring it back to the council now. I'm just gonna maybe lead off a little bit and just say, looks like a lot of intense amount of work to get it to this point. So I'm excited that we're doing infrastructure work. And I know there's going to be some disruptions and some annoyances to people, probably. I live in that, I go through there every now and then, actually quite a bit. So we're all going to be affected by it. But this is one of those times where we're going to be affected and we're going to get a nice improvement out of it. And so we're going to have to deal with it for a little while. But I'm very happy that this is moving forward after 22, 23 was the CIP. So we're getting them done. We're trying to do more. Okay, I'll recognize other council members now. Councilmember Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Go, just a ballpark, don't get a calculator out, but in the last 5 years, how much money have we spent trying to patch this thing back together again?
Councilmember Rao, that'd be hard to quantify because we're talking just like work orders with pothole repair, small little jobs, nothing that would be too intense. So labor associated with it, dozens of hours, but contractual labor, nothing at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long do you think that this project will take? I know you've talked about rerouting traffic. What can the public expect? Will it be 2 months, 3 months, 6 months?
I think that we, without having the spec book in front of me, I believe it was only a few weeks of trying to have it be closed. Don't quote me on that, but I could look, once I have the schedule for Monterey Peninsula Engineering and we can really determine what kind of resources they anticipate allocating towards this to knock it out, I'll let the council know and the members of the public.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. One thing, so since we all actually have an interest in infrastructure and like anything, I think the more we maintain our resources, the better we do. But the other thing that always comes to mind with me with potholes is this helps the public and everybody who travels those roads for their alignments, their tires. Not to mention the more we go over a bad road, the worse it gets and the worse it gets. So really glad to see this moving along and thank you for all the hard work on this.
Councilmember Peduri.
Yeah, I can say that I travel on these roads every day. So thank you for taking care of this. I'm actually much more grateful that in addition to the infrastructure, you're replacing the sewer line because that I think is like a critical piece that we're ignoring for a long time. So I'm looking forward to getting this completed and in the past with any kind of street repair or any kind of item like that, there's typically a communication sent to the street owners, the property owners on that street, as well as a broader communication that says, this is what you can anticipate. And I expect the same to be happening here, correct?
Absolutely. Once we have a date determined by the contractor, we will be doing mailers to any affected properties. So the property is primarily on Seaview because they're going to have to really reroute.
Okay. Yeah. I can say the other, I don't know. I'll see how the spec goes here. But hopefully this will incentivize my children to walk a little bit more on that street. But let's see.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Amelia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Go, for the presentation. I'm glad that Monterey Peninsula Engineering, I think they handled the sidewalks on David Avenue or did some pavement work down that way. But if there are closed roads, there's always a way to get around if you live in the area. And I'm with Council Member Peduri. We both basically live in the area, and but there's a way of getting around those stops. Anyway, great project.
Thank you. Anyone else? I am very much in favor of this project. Very happy to see it going forward. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion. We'll need to have the title read and then move the balance. Anyone willing to do that?
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Oh, just
Mr.
hold,
Chair?
hold on one second.
Okay.
This won't take long. I'm reading the title of this ordinance, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove, amending the operating and capital budgets for fiscal year 2024-2025. And you can make a motion to approve the remaining recommendations on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Park. I'll approve the remaining recommendations.
Okay, motion on the floor by Emilio to approve items 2 through 5 recommendations.
Second.
Second by Walking Stick. And any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on this. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes 6-0 unanimous. Thank you so much for all the work on this, Public Works staff. And I know that's a tough one going through Caltrans and all that. So thank you for doing all that work and getting it done. All right, we'll now move, it's 7:20. We'll now move to item 12A, sound amplification under AB sales, AB 23.64.290 DB1, D1B. And I will recognize my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Emilio, on the presentation on item 12A.
Okay, pretty excited about this for restaurants and businesses. And I'll just start off that this started off in January. I met some businesses, restaurant owners, and they were talking about decibels and they wanted it up. And it was just exciting to meet with them. And in the meantime, this has been on the agenda. It's early, the first meeting in February, but it kept getting pushed off because we have other items that we need to talk about. So I wanted to tell you some of the things I've received on, and I'm summarizing the many emails I received in the decibel areas, but including the businesses downtown and some phone calls I received encouraging me to this decibel level up. Anyway, I'm just giving you some small samples, not reading every email that we all received, but this is a common theme. At least 85 decibels music brings vibrancy to Pacific Grove. There have been, it's been a revitalization of our town, and it's 80 decibels is not prudent. This is not about noise, it's about progressing Pacific Grove. I'm going to skip a little bit. This is a great eating area downtown, and listening to the messages, listening to music is great. But again, increase it to 85 decibels. This supports the people in town and the visitors in our community. I did and I could keep going on, but I did a short survey about what people wanted to hear. 80 was not, they wanted higher. And basically, I received 90 decibels as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. I know we got more, but I received 90, bring it up to 90 decibels. I received 14. 85 decibels, I received 3 on. 95 decibels, I received 2 on. Bring it up to 95. I did receive emails, approximately 4, that said it shouldn't be this way, because I live downtown, and I, my personal comment on that, and this is my personal comment, is, you could live any town, but we're only talking about Pacific Grove. And if you live in Los Gatos or you live in Sand City or Seaside, you're going to have music. There's no doubt about it. And, we have First Fridays, to name a few. I'm going to get under my, you'll see them on my slides here. But it's just been exciting to see many emails. Again, I'm not going through all of them, but I want to go through my slide presentation. Stephanie, if you could put it on. Yeah, I already talked about meeting mainly PG residents, downtown businesses, 70 decibels to they wanted 80. Most of them kind of wanted 85 and 90. And I've been thinking about this. It's been kind of nice to kind of sit back a little bit since it was supposed to be on the 1st of February. And I've been able to do a little bit more research. This was endorsed by the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce. It creates a vibrant downtown area in Pacific Grove. I mentioned that already. People congregate, attracts diners, patrons, visitors. You heard Vince speak about the St. Patrick's Day celebration. Plus, there's a walkability area in Pacific Grove. You don't have to park very far to walk downtown Pacific Grove. The only thing is on Forest, we also have that. We compete for visitors and their dollars. The visitors and the dollars have to stay in the city of Pacific Grove. Do I have another slide on there? Okay. I said it already, attractive nightlife in Pacific Grove. These are just some of the venues that are happening in Pacific Grove. I mentioned First Fridays is much louder than 80 decibels. There's also a few other things at the PG Meeting House. Catherine Levin Band, who actually practices in my neighbor. I hear them; they're great. Patrick Genza on drums. Charlie Crockett's latest recording called "Lonesome Drifter." Hobson Fogg, DJ Paul Wild, and the Mittens and Mix. I haven't heard the Mittens and the Mix yet. PG Concerts has ages 14 through 87 at 835 Forest Avenue, conducted by musician educator Barbara Priest. And I said First Fridays are much more louder than 80 decibels. There's somewhere between 90 and 95. Could I have the next slide, please? This is to modify the decibel reading to 80 decibels. The code 23.64.20. But since I've had so much, I told you what everybody really wanted. They wanted 85, 90, 95. I think the realistic end of it is, as I look down on number 3, alternatively, I was going to do a errata sheet, but they were told alternatively I can discuss and take other action. And I recommended go to 85 decibels. I think that's more than reasonable for the downtown PG and along with Forest Avenue all over, including First Street, including First Fridays. But I think this is really exciting for the businesses in the restaurants in downtown Pacific Grove. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Well done. And do we have any other presentations, or are we going to public comment? We have one more presentation prior to public comment.
Sound level's okay out there, right? Okay. I started off on this very receptive to the idea of increasing the sound level for Monterey. I did the same Google search I think we all did and saw the same charts I think we all did with indicating what different decibel levels were equivalent to, and thought I knew something about something. And then I started doing the actual research on what noise ordinances or sound ordinances were done in other areas, and started gathering a more complete picture of why the ordinances were written the way they were in different communities. So next slide. What are the local noise ordinances? Next slide. In Salinas, Seaside, and Marina, and I'm very disappointed this is getting cut off at the end there. Can we show the rest of the slide? Is that possible? Nope. Okay, well, we'll make it work. You can go back to the first one. Anyway, Salinas, Seaside, and Wow. I'll just hang on for a minute. We do get text on that side of the screen later on in the presentation, yes. Okay, all right, good enough. Okay, so Salinas Seaside Marina, their standard is any noise level that disturbs anyone is too loud. It's not at a decibel reading. It's just if someone is put out, then that is too loud. Next slide. Okay, Carmel. 70 decibels at 50 feet from the property line. Next slide. Monterey County, 70 decibels at 50 feet from the actual source itself. And if this was inside of an establishment, that would be the doorway or something like that. Okay, next slide. Monterey itself, commercial area, 65 decibels. Public and semi-public areas, 60 decibels. Next slide. So, those are our kind of our quiet communities. You know, maybe you want something more. You're actually trying to create a music scene. Let's look at some other areas. Next slide. New York City, 7 decibels above the ambient noise. That's wherever you are. And that is for the entertainment. That's bars and restaurants. The ambient noise is measured as the lowest repeating sound found over a 10-minute period. So it's the quietest portion that repeats itself over 10 minutes. You're not allowed to be more than 7 decibels above that at 15 feet from the source. And again, that'd be like the doorway. That's New York City. Next slide. San Francisco. Same basic idea, 8 decibels above ambient noise. And these are, the reason they set this at 8 decibels above an ambient noise level is because these are noisy communities. So you're starting off at a noisy level to begin with. And that's from the property line, which is how we measure ours. Next slide. New Orleans. This is interesting. Most of the city, it's 10% above ambient noise. Again, you're dealing with a noisy town, but in the French Quarter, they did set it to 80 decibels. That's where all the bands are playing everywhere. That's where they have Mardi Gras. That's what an 80 decibel level, that is the loudest public decibel level I was able to find in the United States. Next slide. Seattle, kind of a loud music scene there as well. And they have a different way of measuring their sound. It's measured from where it emits and where it's received. So you're basically going to be near an establishment, right? So you're going to be in the same district. So commercial district, 60 decibels. Commercial heard in a residential district, 57 decibels. The loudest they allow in the city is in an industrial area, 70 decibels. Next slide. Miami, 10 decibels above ambient to a maximum of 65 decibels. Next slide. No live music in the county of Los Angeles. No live music allowed in outdoor dining at all. Now, here's the loudest I was able to find for an indoor venue in an indoor club in Los Angeles. Within the confines of the club, 95 decibels. Now, this is something funny and was unique to this sound ordinance. You can go higher than 95 decibels, but the establishment is required to put a sign out front warning people that if they go inside, they will destroy their hearing. Outside in Los Angeles, any noise level is too loud. If someone is disturbed by your noise, that's too loud, and that's Los Angeles. Next slide. So that brought me to the question of why are noise levels consistently set at or below 70 decibels? It's the people didn't arrive at this arbitrarily. Next slide. The reason is 70 decibels is the level at which permanent hearing loss begins. That's where you start permanently damaging your hearing. And that's why cities have generally relied on that level, because it doesn't matter what you want to do economically or what your city's about. Human beings will be damaged by that level. Next slide. State laws. Many states have noise laws on the books as a state itself. In California, and this is a quote, all Californians are entitled to a peaceful and quiet environment without the intrusion of noise. And local noise laws cannot contradict state laws. So that confines a lot of our California state city laws right there. Next slide. The harm principle. And this is from Judge Wapner. It's one of my favorite quotes from back in the day. Your rights end where another person's nose begins. And the principle is the principle at work here is that one person's want for entertainment does not supersede another person's right to physical and mental well-being. As I said, 70 decibels is the point at which you start damaging another person. So that is my conclusion. I had a couple of thoughts following up on this.
I might suggest that you hold those thoughts until it's time for discussion.
Next slide.
Yeah.
That's for questions, and I'll let go and move on.
Okay, yeah, we're going to take public comment, and then each of you, I'm sure Mayor Pro Tem will have some comments as well, and we'll take his right after the public comment. Now I'd like to poll on how many folks in the audience and online are wishing to speak on this item. Let's take a count, please. That's a lot. Okay. Okay, we're going to limit comment to 2 minutes. I have at least 10 people in the room that want to speak on this. Okay, so comment will be 2 minutes. We'll take it. Go ahead and line up over here. We're going to take the room first, and then we'll take the online second.
Yes, thank you very much for Mr. Walkenstaff. Yes, thank you so much for your research and your comments. I enjoy the venues on Lighthouse, the musical venues, but I've had to leave because the decibel amount was too high. And yes, I believe that 70 is a safe system. Audiologists, I don't know if you have looked into talking with audiologists, but they will also concur on that. I would like to keep it at 70. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, my name is Chuck Brewer. I was one of the people who sent an email to Mayor Pro Tem Amelio. And I find it kind of interesting that I'm encouraged by the fact that you do want to raise the limit, that you are encouraging a live music scene here in Pacific Grove. It's very much needed. I remember the presentation by Vince earlier where he said there used to be Pacific Grave, and I'm glad that's not the case. So I understand the intent, but the thing that's interesting about it is what do the actual measurements mean? Because 70 is like normal conversation. 80 is not loud. And when I play in a club, I'm usually somewhere around 95, somewhere like that. I've had an online decibel meter on since this meeting began here in the room, and the average decibel level throughout this entire proceeding has been 88.8. And with a maximum of 111.4. So how are the measurements determined? Sorry, how are these measurements determined?
Thank you.
Who makes them? What's the enforcement mechanism? These are all things that are kind of up in the air. Yeah, I can see what these ordinances are in other towns and how strictly are they enforced. My concern is by setting that too low, that it makes it too easy to just shut down anything and really put a damper on the scene that's starting to emerge here in Pacific Grove. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, thank you. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to voice my thoughts regarding the raising of the noise limit in Pacific Grove from 70 to 80 decibels. One truth is certain, change and growth are part of life, and it seems the conversation here is between the businesses that offer music at night versus homeowners and our tenants who live nearby these businesses. How can we as a community and a city support both groups? I live from time to time in the building that our family built at 223 Grand Avenue. The venue across the street, Pop and Hiss, assured the community that the large door to the patio would be closed during music events. Between live music and midweek DJ events, the open door to the back patio is akin to a live concert in the bedrooms of both of our units. We too run a business, and people who rent from us and live in our building are subject to very loud music even past 10 p.m. It's good to see downtown Pacific Grove thriving. This means that noise from music venues will be part of life moving forward. However, the loss of real estate revenue from rentals and the equity for properties that must disclose sound intrusion upon a sale is a threat to those that own properties nearby. How do we accomplish everyone's goals and needs? Compromise is the only solution. Each group must understand the rights and needs of the others and meet in the middle. We do not support the raising of decibels from 70 to 80. However, raising it to 90 is out of the question. Additionally, I've been looking forward to hearing the youth bands from Pacific Grove schools performed as promised by Pop and Hiss, and I have yet to hear young musicians play or see them listed on the calendar. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
Council members?
Yeah, speaking of, sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah.
So I'm a 60-year resident of Pacific Grove. My name is John Miller. We own residential property downtown, and we would be directly affected by the increase from 70 to 80 dB. I want to thank Mr. Walkingstick for that presentation. That answered a lot of questions that I had. And to see that these other communities are well within the 70 dB, I mean, it seems to be sort of a standard. And I think it'd be irresponsible for us just to raise to 80 or 85, or especially not 90. I've heard 90 going around too. I hope that you, well, first of all, I don't know, are you actually voting on this today? Is to pass it, or is this just a exploratory? Are we just talking about it? I just don't know if you're trying to pass that today or not. I hope you're not. I hope you put more thought into it prior to pass anything like that. And I hope you'd at least contact all the residential property owners that would be affected by this before making a decision like this, getting more input. Thank you.
Thank you. Man, when you get up there, can you put the mic down towards more towards your face? Yeah, that's great.
My name is Denise and I live at 542 Lighthouse Avenue, and our unit faces Grand Avenue. I don't dispute the benefits of having live music as outlined in the agenda report discussion. However, I don't understand the rationale. On First Fridays, I can hear music from Wildfish, Monarch, Phil's Barbershop, a cacophony and a mishmash of sounds. The saxophone and keyboard from Wildfish are blaringly heard, while simultaneously hearing the band at Monarch playing Alanis Morissette's "It's Like Rain on Your Wedding Day," getting every single word of the lyrics. And this is not limited to First Fridays, since Wildfish and other businesses have live music weekends. Some weekday events sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce or the city have a DJ set up at Merchants Bank Plaza on the corner of Grand and Lighthouse. At times, the volume is so loud, you cannot stand in the proximity of The DJ area, you have to go across or down the street to hold a conversation. In order for me to enjoy the serenity of our home and either listen to my own music or watch a movie, I have to close all of our windows, wear a head canceling headphone, and this does not completely eliminate the music or the noise that's coming in through our unit. Will live music permits still be required by the city, and how many live music permits can be pulled for the same day or evening? We moved into Pacific Grove approximately 4 years ago, wanting a little piece of Americana, living in a small town, and knew of the downsides of living on a major thoroughfare. And we have gotten that piece of Americana, embracing occasions that occur on Lighthouse, such as youth ambassador events, good old days, car weeks, Monarch and Christmas parades and marathons. But once again,
You're out of time. Thank you.
I'm out of time. I
Yes.
appreciate your time.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Hi again, Christine Walking Stick. I'm speaking as a resident tonight. I wore my Blondie t-shirt because I really support a downtown vibrant scene. I think this is a really exciting open door to talk about what we could do as a downtown scene. Music is it runs through the fibers of all of us and our community. We are music. We are wind instruments ourselves. We have our own built-in percussion system with our heart. The nature is music, from the ocean and its waves to birds and the wind blowing through the trees. I'm excited about music and an art scene downtown. I think that this would be really great. However, I think that we need to take some things into consideration before changing an ordinance that raises the decibel levels. So a little bit about me. I spent a lot of time in theater. I was an actress for about 15 years and spent time in New York City on Broadway. When my husband and I first met, I was singing in a house band in Reno, Nevada, Motown. I'm sure our hearing has disintegrated from that, if he can even hear me right now. But I want you to take some things into consideration before voting tonight. Know for yourselves what the decibel levels sound like. Okay, the police department has decibel readers. Organize a time and day with a musician or band to hear what that sounds like. Temperament. Consider the sound level as constant over several hour period of time, not quick bites, right? Code modification clarity. The suggested code modification does not specify times or other decibel levels in accordance to those times. Clarity is needed to change this ordinance or any other ordinance. And then consider promoting permits. Obtaining a permit through the city for higher decibel events is an avenue that can be explored and by a venue instead of changing the ordinance itself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Peter. Am I close enough?
Yeah, I know you're tall, so.
My name is Peter and I work at a local business that provides.
No, he's
You're doing good.
All right. My name is Peter and I work at a local business that provides food and entertainment. And we closely monitor the decibel levels to make sure that we stay within the guidelines at all times. And it pains me time and time again to have to approach a group of like 4 people sitting around a fire pit to tell them that simply by talking, they're putting us in violation of the noise ordinances. A group of people talking can be 75 decibels. So it's a constant reminder that the current decibel guidelines make even simple social interaction impossible. This is, a lot of initiatives like this will be designed to make a community more attractive to tourism, but this is a case of making the community more attractive to its very own residents. And lastly, I'd say that this proposal in no way is proposing to change the character of Pacific Grove, but it can only stand to enhance it by making a more vibrant community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council and to Councilman Walking Stick for all of the research. It's very informative. I think that's what I would like to better understand is what exactly are the parameters of this ordinance change that's being proposed? It's very vague. 70 to 80, at what time of the day, what portion of the city? Is it the entire city? At any time of the day? I mean, there's just very little clarity around exactly what it is that we're changing and what it would impact. Definitely understand the need of local businesses to thrive and to attract clientele, but we also need to respect, the peace and serenity of our residential neighborhoods. I moved here from the San Francisco Bay Area for peace and quiet. So that is a, characteristic of our city, something that's very treasured and appreciated. And I just want to make sure that that's also taken into consideration when we're voting on making a change. So at this point, if somebody can clarify what exactly the ordinance change being proposed is, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Am I good right here? You guys can all hear me? Yeah. Hey, Mr. Mayor and all you council members, thank you for taking the time to let me speak today. My name is Joel Haston. I've been in the music business for 20 years. I relocated to Pacific Grove about 8 years ago. Absolutely love living here and the community and the culture we have and that the town has built. In my industry experience and knowledge, I did a lot of the research you did today, Mr. Walking Stick, and most of those decibels all pertain to indoor volume limits and not outdoor. And I feel like that seems to be a focal point with both this community and a lot of the situations we're specifically speaking to. So I would urge everyone voting on that to keep that in mind. Also, for those of you that are in the room watching and are on the council, when you have gone to a concert, if you've ever seen a band with a drum set, a snare drum, hitting a snare drum is 76 decibels. So that's very important information to know. I've been very integrated in the music scene here in the 831 for a long time. About 10 years ago, most of you know our neighboring city, Salinas, gave downtown a big overhaul. According to my research that I found today, their decibel limit is actually 85 decibels. And I think if any of you have ever taken the time to go explore how they've redone Old Town and downtown Salinas, has been extremely beneficial to not only their community, but the city's coffers and the income. And I think that was a big talking point you had, Joe, was that. And I do think that allowing only going up to 80, which is pretty reasonable, that seems to be kind of like the median average I've discovered in all of the Bay Area. For the record, I do concerts all over the entire state of California, and 80 seems completely reasonable and fair. And I don't think, I think that keeping it at what it's at is going to continue to have the local businesses struggle, because I do think I've seen the community just open its arms and love having the live events and the music and the concerts. And I think we all know that the sales revenue is good for the city as well in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kubica.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and mayors of the city, members of the City Council. I understand the desire of businesses in Pacific Grove's downtown to grow the Pacific Grove economy. As a resident, I appreciate the intent of this agenda and to bring music and renewed vitality to our hospitality business in downtown Pacific Grove, and I support innovative ideas for the downtown. The proposed changes from 70 to 80 appear to be incomplete and lacking in detail. There's no comparison of sound levels from neighboring cities. Mr. Walking Stick went out and he looked at some numbers. I've looked at numbers also, and most cities are in around 70 dB. There's no mention of the changing of the time, or will there be weekend or special events. There are no guidelines similar to what other cities have written. Pacific Grove, and this is the third most important item, the residents of Pacific Grove have supported the goal of improving affordable housing in the city. Councilpersons and the mayor have run on improving housing. The city of Pacific Grove is in the final stages of providing a housing element to the state. Some of the sites in this housing element are in mixed-use residential areas above and behind restaurants and in retail stores in the downtown area. In a small community like PG, it is important to weigh the competing interests of various groups and agree to uphold the most sensible and reasonable one. Affordable housing should not compete with outdoor live music that exceeds the acceptable level. In the city of San Mateo, the city is divided into zones. Zone 2 is for commercial and residential and mixed-use residential area. I want to emphasize that, mixed-use residential area. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., sustained. And that's what the important thing is sustained, having it for more than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Sustained sound of less than 55 dB. From 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it's 60 dB. So I understand what we want to do for music, but having people getting with the 80 dB proposed number for hours at a time will cause damage to people's hearing and will be hurtful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Liz Jacobs. I'm co-owner of Wildfish Restaurant and chair of the BID, and until January was also on the ADC. So I'm very interested in business in our town. It was mentioned that our live music at Wildfish has, is an issue. Currently, it's not. We had to stop in December when our parklet was taken away, and we've not had any live music since then because there's nowhere for anyone to sit outside that's comfortable. So our revenue year on year is 20% down. So that is the loss that we've had with the loss of our live music. Just want to say, it's in the 80s, our decibel level right now. It's in the 80s, guys. In our restaurant, I've been, recording for a very long time. 85 is our average in the restaurant. So that's just the ambient noise. And I work there, hours on end and actually enjoy. It's called the roar of the floor for people in the restaurant industry, and it's considered a really lovely thing. Every community, every city has got a center, and it's usually called the center of town, the downtown. There's only one area, which is the inclusive hub where community gathers, where people find a sense of belonging and enjoy culture. This is not about residential areas. If someone really does not want to be around higher decibel levels, there are options. There are many options in Pacific Grove. But our one vibrant center of town is, an asset for the community. I actually grew up in New Orleans.
I'm pretty sure we got a lot of people coming up to speak. I
Oh, is that
apologize.
2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your.
Sorry about that. I have to. Okay, let's keep them rolling here.
Hi, I'm Sammy. I'm a PG resident and a music teacher. The music scene here, in just the year that I've lived here, has really provided a sense of home for me. That I used to live in New Monterey, and I didn't have that same sense of feeling like the town was for people like me. And with local businesses that have been providing music to the area, I've seen others feel that way. As a regular of these local businesses, I've seen how it has attracted people who would normally go out to downtown Monterey to come to downtown PG instead. And we do provide something unique, but we also turn those people away when we are so hard on this 70 decibels, because as many of the people here have pointed out tonight, that 70 decibels is a socializing volume. If you were to socialize outside, you would be over the city ordinance. I'm sure right now I'm over the city ordinance. I know we have a decibel meter, and I'm sure I'm well over. And I in a downtown area, it just seems ridiculous that we would not be able to commune. It's a community. And as a musician and music educator, I know how important it is to the people around here, and to the youth, and that there's not many places for them to go, and these local businesses provide an outlet for them and a place to belong. So I really recommend that we do increase the limit so that businesses are not beholden to an unrealistic standard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michaela. Thank you for having us. So that's a decibel reader that we have on the wall at our business, Pop and Hiss. And I just wanted to do a little demonstration if possible. If we could all sing happy birthday, maybe, everybody? And then we can see, just because here we are, we're riding it, like me talking right now, I'm at 70 right now. So, happy birthday to you. Happy
Oh.
birthday to
No,
you.
no. Okay, that's right. Wrap it up. All right, we saw it, yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak in, Go ahead.
Hi.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us. My name's Jimena Weisbooth. I'm one of the co-owners of Hops and Fog Brewing Company. Everyone's been so good to us. We love serving both locals and visitors, but we really love the locals. And we've been so supported by everyone, excited to have a place to come. And I have empathy, I do, for those who are bothered by the music, but they live downtown where noise is to be expected. I have to say, I'm really confused, honestly, by New York City and New Orleans and LA having these maximum levels. It's a little bit more clear after that gentleman said that those are indoor levels. But in general, I see all of these different charts, and I don't know like technically where it stands, but I know in hearing that like right now I'm at 52, but I have a quiet voice. That just general conversation is 70. It just doesn't make sense that we would be so limited for downtown. I want to emphasize that we at Hops and Fog have had no complaints from our neighbors. So the displeased neighbor contingent is not a monolith. If anything, it's been the opposite. Many neighbors saying that they like hearing the laughter and the music coming from our place. And in fact, it's gotten them off the couch to come and enjoy we had a festival sort of this weekend going up and down the street, including a parade, and that would be out of compliance if this decibel level is not lifted. So I think.
Yeah, I gotta cut it 2 minutes.
Okay.
My apologies.
Bye. Thank you. We
Okay.
support
We got it.
a raising.
Hi, this is Annie Berlin again. I just have one more comment. With Wildfish, Hops and Fog, these companies have brought such vibrance to this community. So let's not get too wrapped around the axle with the decibel numbers. Let's support what they're doing for our community, which is a lot. And let's also support bringing others to our community. Thank you.
Well, I think we have some online folks as well. Okay.
Carrie Rotoli.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right, I'll try and keep this to 2 minutes. So my husband and I, we live on Carmel Avenue. We're pretty close to downtown. We've lived here for 5 years. And I will say the quiet quaintness of Pacific Grove was part of what drew us. We were leaving the busy Bay Area and kind of welcomed the quiet. But at the same time, the charm and the uniqueness of some of our businesses really, draws you in. And I'm so happy that that we've got new businesses that have come in and they're thriving, and that our downtown is getting this renewal. I think it's awesome. I will say that the way sound carries around here, what sounds really nice when you're standing 10 feet from it may sound really cacophonic and disjointed when you're, blocks away. You can still hear it quite loud and it's indistinct, and there's multiple bands playing at the same time. It's really, really awful, actually. So just wanted to share that piece. But I do love the community feel, the inspiration behind things like First Friday. I think it's been really, really great. One thing I did want to share, if outdoor music is something that we as a city are dedicated to and want to encourage and support, perhaps can we consider a weekly event rather than trying to cram everything into a one night per month? We moved from San Mateo in the Bay Area. They had a wonderful summer concert series called Music in the Park. It was family friendly, went 4 to 8 p.m. It was once a week. And we, as our business, we had our own restaurant. We did a food booth as a food vendor, and it was great. So that's all.
Thank you.
Christy Thomas.
Hi, Christy Italiano Thomas, PG resident. Well, first of all, to me, Joe should have had a sound presentation with some actual decibels. So yay for that lady that was trying to show you what decibels actually are. The other thing is it's absolutely mind-boggling to me, the entitlement when people are living in downtown in mixed use in one downtown that we have and think it's supposed to be as quiet as, say, Grove Acres or 100% residential. This to me is right up there with the insanity of the people griping about pickleball noise that live by a community center. Don't get me started. Okay. The other thing, I remember when I was taking jazzercise at Chautauqua, which, by the way, they paid for, and those people at that time were griping the noise at 6:45, and in the class ended at 6:45. So, and to like what Vince said, they also used to refer to this as PG as for the newlywed and nearly dead. So there you have that. And you're trying to revitalize downtown. Everybody's complaining, you know, all these businesses aren't there. So it's like, do you think any thriving business is supposed to be noiseless? It's not like Nirvana is going to be down there, you know, blasting a concert till midnight. So I just think, I don't know, they got to get perspective with these people and noise. And how dare you transplant here and expect the whole town is supposed to have a retirement mindset. I live up on Pine Avenue. I don't go out after 7, but I love hearing all the music that floats up because somebody's enjoying it and people are out living life. So get a perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Please no. Go ahead.
Dixie Lane. Dixie Lane.
Good evening. I'm not complaining. I just want to share some information with you regarding the music downtown for those of us that lived in mixed use. It's really interesting. I didn't know this for the longest time, but living in this mixed use, and the higher you are, the louder it gets. So as sound travels up, it just, I guess, as it expands, I'm not sure, somebody tried to explain it to me, the physics of it all, but it gets louder. I personally don't, I'm going to say 95% of the time, I have no problem with it. You know, it goes till 10 o'clock and other people are right. If it just gets annoying, you just have to find something else to do. And because it gets louder, if you know, watching television or listening to your own music it's not going to work. But you know, hey, life goes on. I do want to say that the only time there are, for me, that I hear conflicting, you know, music is usually on First Friday, and it lasts for a few hours, and it's no big deal. However, I don't know anything about these decibels, 70 or 50 or whatever, but whatever it is now, I think is fine. I don't know what it would mean if it went higher, allowed higher decibels, But I also suspect that when they say that the conversations indoors, in these places is at 70 decibels, I think they're really probably maybe took it when there is like 50 people or 100 people in a room, in a restaurant or something, and they're all talking over each other. I think the voices gets louder. Anyway, I'm fine with the way it is. I just don't know what it would be if it was louder. So thank you for this moment.
Thank you.
Lawrence and Dahmer, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not sure whatever happened to Article 5.5 in our charter, which says we are primarily a city of homes and businesses must be compatible. That's the basic essence of it, and that is in our charter. And sometimes that comes in conflict. I don't live downtown, but I live 300 feet from where there's a major hotel project coming in, and this ordinance would seem to cover live music everywhere on that. And yes, sound travels up, and in certain areas it travels all around. I can hear the engines of boats going by, as well as waves. And it's very interesting because I was raised on absolute rock concerts, albums, headsets. My God, I still have over 200 albums. I just haven't hauled them out of my house yet. It's just an amazing thing, but I don't want that in my backyard. It has to be a choice. And as far as people living downtown and mixed use, absolutely. And the housing element, as Andrew Kubica, planning commissioner, said, it's like we're pushing for all this mixed use. And some of these little apartments there are definitely considered lower, affordable units. Well, so they don't exactly have a choice to go live in Del Monte Park, do they? And the thing is, it's I think 70 is just fine.
Thank you.
Leave it.
Keep going.
Thank you.
Kim?
Hi, thank you. My concern actually isn't necessarily for downtown. It is for Ocean View Boulevard, where our sensitive wildlife are. And our harbor seals have flushed at 60 decibels. And they will flush at 70, 80, or 90 decibels. And so my concern again is for the proposed hotel coming, that we can't have amplified music coming off of there with nocturnal seals across the street. And also at Lover's Point, because believe it or not, our seals hear far better than we do, and they can hear the trash trucks in the early mornings at Lover's Point. So it would be concerning to have amplified music at those locations along Ocean View Boulevard, where a lot of people are just trying to enjoy the sounds of nature there. So I'm not exactly sure what this ordinance, the area that it covers, but that would be my biggest concern, is for the wildlife along Ocean View Boulevard with amplified music. Thank you.
Lisa Ciani?
I appreciate Paul Walking Sticks bringing some objective figures for us to consider. I certainly agree with Kim about amplified music near the coast. But as far as downtown, well, like Kim says, it is not really clear where this ordinance would apply. It seems to be just a blanket ordinance. But definitely for the people living downtown and for the people, as Andy Kubika pointed out, who we're going to be encouraging to move downtown because we're going to be encouraging larger buildings, taller buildings, and those walls, the sound bounces off of them, and who knows how that's all going to affect the actual perceived volume. So there are a lot of considerations, but basically music is great, but loud music as it's perceived by many people living anywhere near that, especially at night, it can be a real problem. And so there's just many considerations that I hope will be looked at if you move ahead with this concept of an ordinance. Thank you.
Sharon Miller.
Yes, the council is going to have a difficult time, but I think they could come to a compromise with specifying the days, the times, the decibels, the locations, indoor or outdoor. I'm 81. I've lived in this town for over 30 years. I'm in the 400 block of Lighthouse, so I hear the music and it's fine for me. I like to go walking downtown and listen to the music and see that it's lively out there. It's not a ghost town. I feel safer when there are people out, and it does bring money into our restaurants, but it's also a place where we can stop and we can talk with our neighbors there. But then there are people who the noise really does disturb, so we have to make sure that there's a balance there. I'm wishing you good luck in coming up with that compromise, but keep listening to music, keep dancing.
Phone 2.
Hi, it's Debbie Beck. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Walking Stick for a great presentation, and to Councilmember Emilio. What would have been great for the residents to hear is perhaps having some music play throughout the council meeting and with the decibel reading, and to see if we could hear people speaking and so forth. I think that would have been great. The other thing is I didn't hear Councilmember Rao recuse herself in the beginning. She may have, but I know she owns one of the buildings that would be impacted by this, and one of her tenants actually spoke this evening. So I hope she does recuse herself. In addition to that, we have to be mindful of everybody. Yes, it is very important for the businesses to have music. We have given them a decibel reading, and then also respect our residents. You know, there are many residents who own, so to the owner of Wildfish, they can't just up and leave a place that they've purchased. And so again, I think if anything, Mr. Emilio, that you would have contacted the police department to see how many complaints we've had of noise and so forth. In addition to that, I think it's really important that we listen to both groups here, and we're listening to the restaurants. We've been listening to the restaurants even with the parklets and the outdoor dining. But now it's time that we do listen to the residents, and there will be more moving into the area as well. But I think we all enjoy music, and we have given them the decibel reading. I think increasing it would be a disservice to everybody. So again, I know that there was a letter that went out. Pacific Grove Progressive sent out a letter, so that's probably why you received so many emails favorable to the sound being raised. However, we need to listen to everybody here. And again, I hope Councilmember Rao will recuse herself from this. Thank you.
Atticus Bertoli.
Hi, Atticus Rotoli here. Also a resident with Carrie. We live about a half mile away from downtown, so I think we're in a resident. But we do hear the music already. I just wanted to point out, because I don't think it's come up yet, that the decibel scale is not a linear scale. It's a logarithmic scale, right? So as you make those increases, it's a tenfold increase, not just a single notch up like on a volume dial. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that. If you go from 70 to 80 and 80 to 90, those are very significant changes in output. They're tenfold changes in output, not just like simple things. So 80, you start to get into a borderline area. 85, you start to get folks that can be compromised. And at 90, people can start to incur hearing damage over time. So I just want you guys to consider that and just make sure everyone understands it's a logarithmic scale. And I think you guys should do some tests. I think honestly, you guys should bring in some sound and see what those differences are, because it's not a linear scale. It's more like an earthquake scale. So these things increase dramatically as you start raising the numbers. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Durant.
Hi, I'm one of the owners of Hops and Fog Brewing Company. And of course, we are going to back the noise ordinance increase. I want to say, first of all, that not everybody that's on the progressives, whatever or not that is, are the people that send in the emails. We send out emails to people simply because we're locals that live here, that own a business here, that want to push for something that's more reasonable. 70 decibels. Right now, I am talking. If anyone knows me, you know that I can't talk under 70 decibels. It's impossible for me anyways. I also want to kind of say to a previous caller, no, Tina Rao should not back down from this. She is a citizen. She lives right up the street from us. She owns and invested into this community. There's no reason why she should. If other people want to talk about recusing themselves, they should talk about recusing themselves when they were making decisions on the city council in favor for the things that they wanted to. And Debbie Beck did that constantly. And so no, Debbie or Tina should not back down. She is invested into this community, as are we. I'm at the pub right now where we've got about 25 people here and we've talked to everybody. Hey, can I get everybody just to, if you're in favor of increasing the decibel levels by 10 decibels, please let everybody know right now. And that alone would have got us in trouble with the decibel level. Just that one little comment. So we need music, we need culture in this town, we need to provide something positive. We want to be respectful to everybody, but we need something reasonable that we can fall within. And 70 decibels does not do it. And that's all I've got to say. But, you know, bless the city council for what they do. It's tough. Nobody's going to win in this, and nobody's hopefully going to lose fully.
Thank you.
Jane Haynes.
Good evening. I oppose the proposal to raise the current decibel level from 70 to 80. I appreciate Councilmember Walking Stick's objective data showing that we would be above other cities, far above. We already are above many cities. Secondly, I want to mention something that hasn't been mentioned yet, which is the California Environmental Quality Act has something called Appendix G. And Appendix G asks the question, does this proposal violate any city adopted plan, such as a general plan? Yes, this proposal does. We have policy 30 in one of our general plan elements that says that you can't increase the noise level. That means that we would have to prepare an EIR. EIRs cost $300,000 to $400,000. So that's an expense that would go along with this. Also, I want to mention that, and I think Mr. Kubicek mentioned it some, that we have a housing element that's before the state right now. If the state finds out that we're going to have decibel levels over 70 in residential areas, and we have so many, we have over 100 residential areas mentioned just in the 500 block of Lighthouse Avenue. we would be in jeopardy of what's called builder's remedy, which means that someone could come in and propose a 20-story building on Lighthouse Avenue, and we would have to approve it, provided it met certain requirements. So please do not proceed with this. Thank you.
Thank you. John Mothershead.
Hello. I support raising the decibels. I live by the ballpark. There's not a single day that goes by that I don't hear cheering and music that exceeds 70 decibels, and I love it. I can even hear the football games from my house and the marching band. So to me, what's crazy about the current code is the inconsistent enforcement. We are setting ourselves up for failure when literally everyone's already breaking the 70 decibels. So I think we should raise it to a level that is fair and that we can equally enforce.
Thank you.
Ambassador Garcia. Adam DeBoer.
Hi, good evening. Just a couple of points. I'll be really quick. With regard to the folks that have purchased downtown, it's a downtown area. All downtowns are noisy, and if they didn't want it to be noisy, they shouldn't have bought there. With regard to the comment about the decibel levels being in really full restaurants, the other night I was in a near empty restaurant and 3 people laughed and the decibel level was 83.5. So it's not it's not as the scale is not quite as extreme as it was made out to be. My biggest concern is that there are these 2 hotels that are coming, and they are not going to be successful if there is not stuff nearby that the people find interesting. And so we need to shift to having places that people can go and enjoy themselves, ideally that are within walking distance of those hotels. Last thing I'll point out is at the moment, to looking at what the complaint levels are. The complaints at the moment are all directed against businesses that are owned primarily by women. So we could certainly start, calling in complaints about Monarch or Phil's or, other places like that have live music in order to give people a better sense of exactly how much this is impacting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy Metzner.
Did you say Christy? Oh, there I am. Hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Christy Metzner. I'm the President and CEO of the Pacific Grove Chamber. And I just want to say that I do think that we need to increase the decibel to a reasonable level that makes everybody happy. I walk downtown, live downtown right now, and it's just a really fun vibe. Like one caller said, you feel very safe. You just listen to the music and it's just this buzz. I know there's sometimes it is a little bit louder and we could control that. Our feedback we get from visitors and locals, we put music on our website. We put out a newsletter every week with all the music in our area, from downtown to Asilomar to now the Grill at Point Pinos, Il Vecchio. And it's just a fun vibe. From when I moved here in 21, there was nothing. And we really need to keep this going. Yeah, and one idea I had on nights that we don't want music, how about a silent disco? I've done those, I've participated, and they're really fun. If you don't know what it is, you put on headphones. People have different music playing. It's color coded on your headset. You know you're playing the same music as somebody else, and you dance, and it's a lot of fun. Thank you.
Okay, we're closing public comment on this item, and we're going to take a break because we've been waiting up here for a while. So we're going to come back at 8:40 and we will deliberate on this item. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please have a seat. Okay. Okay, thank you for coming back to order. It's 8:40. And we are here, we're going to deliberate on the sound amplification item. We received approximately an hour of public comment on that item. And I'm just gonna kind of set the stage here. So what's been presented tonight by Councilmember Emilio in his agenda report is to direct the city attorney to return with an ordinance to modify our code. And he has suggested some language, so which is fairly broad language. And so that's recommendation 1. Recommendation 2 is direct the city attorney to return with an ordinance. And so that people aren't wondering out there, that means there's going to be a time at which, if it does pass, that the ordinance would come back before the council in a public hearing. So tonight, essentially what will happen is we'll determine if there's support for this. And if there is, then what will be some of the direction and parameters to go. And then when it comes back, if it comes back, then it would be further modified potentially at that time as well. So we heard a ton of public comment, and now I'm going to, since he was the author of the item and there was a rebuttal, sort of a rebuttal posed by Councilmember Walkingstick, I'm going to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Emilio to give his comments first in relation to deliberation.
Yes, just this is to modify the River Grove Municipal Code 23.64.290D. I put it up at 80 decibels from 70. And I wanted to mention, and I'm watching my decibel, I'm up 71 sometimes. I just wanted to say that we're here in the city of Pacific Grove. We're not in LA or New York or anything. I personally wish I knew about that presentation, but I truly believe that what's going to be best for the city of Pacific Grove. I really, truly believe that. And listening to the amount of people we've had, and I appreciate all the comments, but I think we need to move on this from 70 decibels to 80. We're not talking 85, 90, 95. That's been really, really loud. I know that. My wife and I ate at a restaurant in Carmel because we were in that area. There's a couple of couples there. I'll never forget it. I put my decibel meter on and they were talking at 95. That is really loud in a restaurant. So, but I want to make a comment that I did not go to a Nirvana concert. Okay. I've been to a Rolling Stones concert and I had to wear earplugs. So, but anyway, tongue in cheek, that's where I'm at. I think we have to continue to keep a mind for the city of Pacific Grove. I'm not interested in other areas. I'm interested in the city of Pacific Grove. That's where I'm coming from. I think it'll help our businesses, our vibrancy in our town, and for the city of Pacific Grove. This is going to be the best for them. Restaurants, businesses, even the residents that talked about they were like this. And keep the money. Any visitors coming into our town, pay here, in city of Pacific Grove. Good.
Okay.
I'm done.
No, thank you, Joe. Councilmember Lau has a question for you, presenter.
I have a question for you. This does not change the time. We're not talking about going past 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah, it's.
And this isn't in a residential area. We're not talking about letting our neighbors have a barbecue at
Correct.
90 decibels until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, right.
So this is maintaining the residential neighborhood to be residential, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
And so this is for the businesses downtown primarily at this point, right?
yes.
Okay. So, somebody had sent in a letter and it was, I thought it was a joke. And they said that your average toothbrush is like, I don't remember what they said, like 78 or 79 or whatever. Mine was 83, 84. And you can see just as we're sitting here, I mean, we talk at 70. I'm not often moved by letters that come in. I mean, I read them all, just so that everybody knows I read them all. But I was struck by the woman who called in and said that she enjoyed the music downtown because it made people come out and she felt safer. And this is a long-term resident who has been here for many, many years. And so I think when you look at the, we can hear the football games. I can tell when there's another breaker first down. We can hear the band, and we live a mile away. So, but it's part of living in a community. It's part of being, in a place where people live. And I hear people say, well, we need to go back to the charter. We're a community of homes. Okay. Who lives in those homes? People. And people need things to do. They need places to go. They need stores to shop. They need hopefully more bus stops to take public transportation. But, we have to come to a compromise. After looking at this for the last, 4 or 5 days since the agenda report came out, being out in restaurants, looking at the decibel meter, I'm at 68, 67 here. 70 is just not realistic. So let's try and find a compromise here. We must have gotten, 15, 20 letters asking for 90. And I think it might be a bridge too far right now. But I think raising it to 80 is a good compromise. And that's just, I do agree with Joe about the revenue. We went out for one of the Hops and Fog sponsored walkabout towns. And I was with my brother and his wife, and she said, I thought you said there were no young people here. And I said, no. I said, what I said is there's nothing for young people to do here. And that's a difference. And now there is. And it's just so great to see our young people staying in our town instead of Uber and Lyfting to Monterey or Seaside or wherever else, or Sand City. So, I do think there's compromise here, and I hope that we can find it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say, sounds like we're getting some support here for this. So with your comments, if you are supportive, my fellow colleagues, just tell us where you want to confine, if you'd like to confine it to the downtown area. That's kind of what I'm hearing. So whether you're in favor of that, what the number would be, what's your number, if you have a number. And we already kind of covered the fact that it's going to be subject to our current sound timelines and just be written into the code. So with that, I'll recognize Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I thought Paul had his hand up first. So yeah, I appreciate us having the opportunity to discuss this. And it's kind of interesting listening to all the conversation, because part of the argument is we're already louder than this and we don't want to take it away, but nobody's actually proposing that we take it away. So I also think it's great that we have businesses having music, and nobody's suggesting doing that except when it's so loud that it is bothering the community. And I had also thought about the idea that we are being required to do a lot of infill projects with a lot of housing that's going to have to be in some of these areas, which then does subject people to noise they can't get away from. And when people are saying we're speaking like right now, because I'm talking right in the microphone, it gets up to 70. Keep in mind, this is amplified. So this isn't normal conversation. This is me talking very amplified above my normal voice. And there were a couple of callers that were hitting over 70, about 75, 80. It hurt my ears so much I had to plug them. But, I could still actually hear what they were saying with my ears plugged. So my concern is, how do we do this in a way? And I think this takes more research than just we make a decision and we do it because some people want it. Because I think it's really important, as people have mentioned, that we balance the needs of the residents who live here with the needs of the businesses. I fully support business, doing well, having a thriving environment. And we seem to have that now, and nobody's suggesting that we remove that. My other concern is that if we increase the volume, it becomes one of those slippery scales. You increase it to 80, people start going 90. So right now, I don't really hear of much enforcement of, you're at 70, you have to stop. your music. And I could be wrong. That's something, again, that we need to look into. Where are we getting the complaints? I do hear a lot of people complaining about how they're hearing the music a block and two away. So maybe finding out what the situation really is so we have a better grip on it would be useful before we jump into making an ordinance change. And I think while I heard the argument that we don't care about other towns and what their ordinances are, but I think the fact that California apparently has it set at 70 and most other towns do says that this is kind of the standard of what is appropriate for a community. And that said, we're still having music. I think that that's great. We have it, but I just have concerns about us blindly raising it without any research going into it, see what legal ramifications there could be, what hearing damage, because when people go and enjoy music at a restaurant, and I understand the workers work there and they choose that, and they can subject themselves to that if they want to, but patrons come, maybe they're there for a night. The people who live there are there every night, the entire time they have the music. And when that's going through your home and you can still hear it with sound blocking headphones on, it just becomes problematic when we are impinging on the rights of the people who live here. So I just feel like this isn't ready for prime time that we vote on this now. We just do it because people are asking for it. I can totally appreciate why they're asking for it. And I think we need maybe a better solution. Maybe it's like, I know for First Fridays, for example, a good one. People can probably tolerate that once a month if they're subjected to it and it's, too much for them. But if they're having to do it 3 nights a week, every week, that sometimes becomes problematic. So I just feel like this is a bigger issue than let's just put an ordinance together and do it. I feel like we really need to look into what are we really doing with this? What does it mean? I think understanding what those noise levels are, because I will say if it was as loud as some of the speakers were amplified, I would avoid it because it is physically painful for me to be in a setting where it's too loud. So I think maybe better understanding what the different numbers are would be helpful before we make a decision on where to go next. And it doesn't seem like any of the local communities have anything as high as we have, let alone higher. So I think that it warrants more exploration, maybe on part of staff to find out. I'm not sure what it requires, but I think it's too soon to be writing an ordinance yet until we've really looked at what the issues are. Thank you.
Please don't clap, please. Councilmember Paduri?
Thank you. I would say the first, it appeared to me that somebody mentioned Pacific Grove, and we are in Pacific Grove. It looks like we're going to Pacific Groove. That's the direction here. But I can say, looking at this decibel meters, my house must be more than 100 decibels. That's really, I should take this meter and start researching that. I would like to say that Pacific Grove small businesses are one of the lifeblood of what the city is. This is one of the greatest attractions for the town, is not only just the coastal line, etc., but also what are we doing for businesses downtown. And the current status of affairs with respect to what is going on nationally is impacting small businesses throughout the country. So we do need to at least keep that lens in mind whenever we're making a decision here, is how do we support our small businesses? The other thing that I see this as why are we here? Why are we actually talking about raising decibel levels when all other cities have lower decibel levels? And I believe the reason here is because we're receiving small businesses or the city is receiving complaints that certain small businesses are out of line with the 70 decibels. And I think that has prompted the small businesses to act upon this, to say, all right, this is not working because we're either being targeted or we are being unduly punished for something that is commonplace everywhere. So when I go to Los Angeles, when I go to various cities downtown, is the same kind of atmosphere that Pacific Grove has. Then why do we have complaints, whereas other cities do not have that many complaints? And so in that vein, I think what we need to do here is we're defining some objective standards, which is 65, 70, 75, 80, whatever be the case. But we also need to have some subjective standards here to say what really constitutes a complaint. Because raising the bar to 80, I think, will not necessarily prevent the complaints. So there needs to be some criteria which we'll say, for example, Councilwoman McDonald said that she could not hear. She had to get some headphones. So there may be people who are sensitive, even for like 40 decibels. I do not know, but there are various folks in town, and I think everybody has a certain threshold of what constitutes noise, what constitutes something that they cannot necessarily tolerate. And I don't think we have, as a city, defined any criteria to say, what is it, when does a complaint actually get triggered? So anybody walking with a decibel meter can say, okay, look, this is 70, I'm going to raise a complaint. So that to me does not constitute necessarily a complaint at all. And I think bigger cities, to Councilman Walkingstick's presentation, I think bigger cities have an enforcement arm behind all of this to say, well, we're going to set it to 70, but if you exceed like 90 decibels for a period of time, then we're going to enforce or take some action on it. And I think we're still there. And this can become a really big topic with a lot of, I would say, arms in it. But I would say fundamentally, the problem that we're trying to solve is how do we support small businesses? And I think on that note, I'm going to support 70 to 80 decibels, because to me, there needs to be a mechanism for us to allow music in this town in more ways than one. We can certainly build parameters to say the music should not be played within a certain time frame. We can also build parameters to say live events for a certain restaurant or for a certain establishment can only be done so many times in a given year. We can set parameters to say certain there can be types of live events where you can only have a certain establishment do 90 decibel type live events for twice a year, or maybe 80 decibel live events for 10 times a year. So we can set a lot of like parameters like this that define how we move forward as a city. But fundamentally, though, I think I'm supportive of the argument which says that we need to raise the decibels in the city, because that we have an ATC hotel coming up. The city needs revenue. The city needs tourists to dine and wine and experience the atmosphere of Pacific Grove, and not go to a place like Monterey or anywhere else to actually enjoy the atmosphere, I would say. So in that vein, I think Kimpton is going to come right away around the corner, and we'll have like 100 folks there wanting to dine and wanting to experience PG. So if we go around enforcing this with 70 decibels, I think it's going to be problematic for the city. So by that time, hopefully we'll come to an 80 decibel kind of criteria, as well as we can define some other things which perhaps the city can look into to say what needs to be done there. Anyway, long story short, I'm supportive, but I do think that the staff can examine ways to see how we better manage like noise related complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go to you, Paul, next, but I'm just gonna throw out, I am supportive of going to 80. I think we gotta be, just for tonight, there's a lot of like aspirational things that we're saying, but I think we have to come to a decision, and we're already an hour and a half into this item. So I'm hoping that we can do that relatively quickly here. And what I'd like to do is move forward with direction to increase to 80. I see there's 4 people in favor of that. And located in the downtown probably is what I'm hearing. That might be, I think that's what we're talking about. I don't think we're talking about doing this in the middle of the Additions or anything. I think we're talking about the downtown area to benefit the small businesses and restaurants and music clubs and fun places that we hang out. So that's what I'm hearing tonight, and that it won't be affected by the other ordinances relating to the time at which music is no longer allowed, or I think 10 o'clock. So it has to be consistently written with the rest of the code. And then aspirationally, we look at the criteria of how we define a complaint. I would say that would be something that we have to further examine. We don't have the answer on that yet. So that's my thoughts. And hopefully we can get a motion and a compromise on that. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Walking Stick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to throw a curveball your way, though. A lot to unpack, but I will get to something that I hope can maybe provide a solution or a way forward for us. First, clarifications on some public comments that were made regarding my presentation. The decibels provided during my presentation were for outdoor. The one time that I had mentioned an indoor decibel level, that was in Los Angeles, and that was due to the fact that it was exceptional as far as noise level goes. And my research was based on city ordinance. I actually read the laws for each of the areas. The ordinance in question for Pacific Grove measures the noise at the property line. So what you're doing inside the establishment is completely a separate issue. So the things we were doing here now have no bearing on what's going on outside. They can't hear us. Raising the noise level will almost necessarily increase the complaints, not decrease them. I don't believe that we need a noise ordinance or a level of measure that's equivalent to the French Quarter of New Orleans. That seems excessive, that we would then be competing directly with Mardi Gras for our sound levels. And I'll get to a resolution on all of that eventually here, but having a more permissive, we already have a more permissive sound ordinance in Los Angeles, Seattle, and Miami, which should seem good enough to promote our local music scene. This is inherently a health issue. Just because the damage is painless does not mean it's not happening. And I don't have the right to do that to you. And you similarly don't have the right to do that to the next person. That's that idea of, your rights end where the next person's nose begins. The permitted events in this town already provide for being able to go beyond the sound measurements. But getting to the resolution, the actual resolution, I don't even need notes for this one. I think what we have is less of a ordinance problem and more of a measurement problem. During the 32 minutes I was measuring our noisiest period, and that was including the happy birthday song and all of that, over 32 minutes, our maximum decibels were 92.7 as measured where I'm at right now. The average was 62.9. Our average decibels during that period, 62.9. We were, even though we're indoors, still well within the standard that should we measure over time and choose the average, actually measure the average decibels, we would have been well under, even if we were outside. So that's where I'm ending up on this issue. I think we don't have a policy problem. I think we have a measurement problem. When we go out and measure the sound now, we don't have something that can average the decibels out over time. It's a momentary reading, just like what that's doing right there. It's telling me 61, 65. I can probably get it up louder to 75, but the average is still going to end up being around 62. And that's probably, I think, what we should be measuring. That would have avoided the issue in the first place. That would have accounted for music is not a monotonous, single droning tone. It fluctuates. Moods in a crowd fluctuate. The noise fluctuates. So what we should be doing is we should be taking the average of all of that, the peaks, the valleys, and measuring a period of time, say 5 minutes, and come to a better conclusion of what noise is actually being realized at that location. Here's an important thing about the hearing damage. That's consistent. That's over a period of time. You can withstand 90 decibels once in a while, but it's that consistent 90 decibels that will destroy your hearing. So what we should be looking at, if we're looking at it from a public safety perspective, is what is being done over time. I would like to have us actually, when we do our measurements for enforcement, we actually look at an average, not a series of peaks. Although that's completely legitimate, I think it better serves the public and what we're trying to do here to enforce an average with the policy as it's currently written. Anyway, thank you. Hopefully I've given you something to think about.
All right, thank you very much, Councilmember Rowe.
I don't think at this point, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, yeah, I think we've heard enough comment.
I would go, sorry. I would go with Councilmember Emilio's recommendation that we modify the Pacific Road Municipal Code section to read amplified and unamplified music allowed indoors and outdoors and shall not generate a noise in excess of 80 decibels, and direct the city attorney to return with the council with an ordinance to modify the Pacific Road Municipal Council Code Section 23-64.290 and other sections of the Pacific Road Municipal Code as it pertains to sound amplification. And I would also add that taking Councilmember Walking Stick's recommendation on enforcement and how we calculate that number and put that in as well.
Do I have a second? Okay, and discussion on the motion that, yes, I had one point on that. Are we locationally? I mean, I think the way that this is written, it's the entire community writ large, I think.
Yeah, I think the commercial districts.
So we'll just add that. Can we add that to the motion? Because I don't think, is that clear from the report, Mr. Pierce?
You have the discretion to provide me the direction you think is appropriate. So I heard the motion. It didn't include the limitation to commercial areas. So if that was the intent, it should be stated.
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Do I have a second again?
And just one comment about the decibel. We do have a decibel meter owned by the city.
Yeah, I think that that's a good idea to throw in the criteria as part of this process so that we can work on that as has been stated by Councilmember Paduri and Walking Stick tonight. And I'm going to go to Councilmember McDonald next.
Go ahead.
So because I still feel that this is premature without us looking into this first before we do this, I understand it will come back, it'll be a measure, but by then the ordinance will already be written. And I think it is a disservice to the members of the community that this will impact for us to not do the research before we make a motion to just increase it. So for that reason, I feel like I have to vote no at this time. I might change it later based on that research, but I just don't feel it's appropriate for us to do that now.
Okay, Councilmember Walking Stick?
The taking the average of the sound already accommodates for a louder atmosphere. So doing both of those things really elevates what sound is allowed within the city, like to an extreme degree. So if we did both of those, both my suggestion, which was to try and find a way to keep it at 70, and as I said, we've been at 62 this whole time. And to increase it by 80 would, I think, be disastrous. But if you wanted to just do the 80 and keep measurements as they are, that would probably have the results you're looking for. Otherwise, my solution would then also provide another way forward to try and provide a solution to the community as well. But combining them would have an amplified effect.
Do you want to keep your motion as is?
I'm going to keep the motion as is.
Okay, and we're going to give staff a little discretion on that to look at the criteria because they're going to have to be the ones to enforce it. So they're going to have some input on that. And So I'm going to take a, I'm going to take a roll, I'm going to take a roll call vote on this one.
But before you go there,
Yeah.
there are other sections in your code that deal with sound amplification regulations. For example, you've got chapter 11.94. So the way I understood the motion is we're not focused just on 23.64290. We're also going to be looking at the other sections in the code that deal with sound amplification.
I think we probably should.
Yeah, I think the staff will
All right, well, that's the way I heard the motion.
set that out, yes.
And,
Oh, thank you.
And then my other comment is that in section 23.64290, which is the one that is referenced in the agenda report, there is a differentiation between indoors and outdoors in terms of noise, amplified music. And there's also designations of certain hours relating that to that. So the way I'm understanding the motion, where it's basically where it says 70 decibels in 23.64.290, I'm being directed to come back with an ordinance that would increase the 70 to 80, but would otherwise leave the hour limitations.
Yes. Exactly. Perfect. All right, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rao? Aye. Councilmember Midori?
Aye.
Mayor Smith?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Amelia? Councilmember McDonald?
No.
Councilmember Walking Stick?
Nope.
Okay, I think we 4-2.
Motion carries 4-2.
Okay, motion
4-2
carries
what?
4-2. We'll be back for more later with the ordinance. Let's, now at this time, I'll invite up Bob Peralt, our former interim city manager, to work with us on the next item, which is our goals work plan for the next 2 years. Okay, not as many takers in the public on that one, but we'll go ahead and march forward with 12B, our work plan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you initiated the development of the work plan when you approved the process last month. To summarize the work plan itself, it's composed of different parts. You have your focus, areas of focus, which really set the priorities that the council wants to focus on during the upcoming budget cycle. Then you have the policy statements, and the policy statements really help to get your arms around the focus areas and basically begin to parameter them so you have something that will be measurable. The goals themselves are something that have to be very specific and achievable and measurable. And then finally, it's the milestone projects. And once the council has set the direction, staff will review that direction and come up with the milestone projects that will ultimately implement the work plan. When we were last together, or at least talking about the work plan, the council identified 4 primary areas. And these included fiscal sustainability, infrastructure, environmental stewardship, and community development. When I talked with you last, I gave you an assignment. That assignment was essentially to take each of those focus areas and develop a policy statement, draft policy statement for each one, and then to come up with a goal or 2 that could be used. I want to compliment the council because everybody completed the process. I mean, everybody was engaged and got their submissions to me by the 12th. It cut my time a little bit short, but that was okay too. I want to say that by observation, I was able to see that every single one of you have the best interests of the community at heart. And so my task then was to come up with the a set of recommended policy statements and goal statements for each of your areas, and what each of your focus areas. And again, the challenge for me at least was to come up with some verbiage and language that I really believed was consensus in a lot of areas. I could see that. That doesn't mean that everything that you gave me is going to end up on the sheet of paper, unfortunately. But it's the path we're taking is a way of taking steps towards the eventual development of the work plan. And with that, I've got to say I kept in mind as I developed and drafted these goals, which I'll ask the city clerk to bring up shortly, these goal statements and policy statements, was I also kept in mind, the resources that the city has available to it. These are being presented to you for your discussion at this point. Certainly they can be modified. And at the end of tonight, what I'm hoping they'll be in a condition that we can at least authorize release to the general public to get further comment. And with that, I would just like to say that you could obviously modify these at this point, or you could add, a goal or two in one location or another. But I would not suggest that you add any more than 3 goals in any particular area, simply because that begins to dilute the intent of it. I don't know, City Clerk, if we have that attachment, we can go bring that up. Yeah. So if we can go to, obviously the attachment is for recommended policy statement and goals, and we can go to the next slide. And the first one is financial sustainability. The recommended policy value statement is that Pacific Grove manages its financial resources to ensure the long-term delivery of municipal services. The goals that I identified for you was, 1, identify a program to reduce unfunded liability estimates. And I certainly heard this quite a bit throughout your discussions with me and from what you submitted to me. The second goal under financial sustainability is review and revise reserve policies. This again was something that almost everybody mentioned in terms of, especially when it comes to providing for the replacement costs of not only just facility requirements, but to meet equipment requirements as well. And I would suggest that, what you would do is, through the budget process, might review what other cities have done in this area to come up with something that is workable for you. If we could have the next slide, please. The next one was infrastructure. The draft policy statement says Pacific Grove prioritizes the provision of facility, human and technology infrastructure that enhances the quality of life for residents and businesses. And I want to point out that I noted you've got the assessment of your various departments that you received a report a couple meetings ago. And that in itself was making some suggestions regarding, personnel and what you may need to attend to. And I consider human infrastructure just as important as any other piece of this. Technology infrastructure was another one that was a top priority, and that's why you see it here. And if you work at getting a handle on those key elements, I think that it would enhance the quality of life for residents and businesses. The goal here would be to complete a 5-year capital improvement program to address the completion of priority facility projects. And I heard loud and clear that there are things like sidewalks, et cetera, that need to be addressed. And that's why it's number 1 in my listing here. But sidewalks, streets, water, wastewater, and parks. I also think that as you complete your 5-year capital improvement program, that actually is a discretionary document that comes along with a part of your budget document, and that will allow you to focus on the infrastructure that you want to see done within that 5-year period. And then obviously, goal 2 would be to invest a part of your budget towards the improvements that you really want to see in technology and workforce systems. And moving along to the third area, which I believe is the environmental stewardship. The policy value statement is Pacific Cares. This is a broad one, and maybe a bit, although there are a few words here, it's probably somewhat encompassing. Pacific Grove should say cares for and protects its natural resources and amenities. And you've already started moving in both of these goal areas, and it's probably, from what I heard and saw and what you provided me, a couple of places that you needed to probably work to complete. That's the climate action plan, which I think you've already got a consultant retained to complete that for you. And then, complete the George Washington management program. I think ultimately you need to make some real decisions as to what you see George Washington Park should be, and how it should best serve the community. And then going on to community development, which is the final one. Let's see, one more community. Yeah, there it is. Policy value statement. Pacific Grove strategically implements programs to promote housing and economic opportunities. Explore the options for housing projects and partner opportunities. I think that, your update to the housing element kind of points that out. And in order to make that reality, you have to begin or set a course to explore those options for housing projects and partner opportunities. Goal 2 is to review planning and permit processes to ensure barriers to housing and business development are limited or eliminated. That is a big piece, believe it or not. It really speaks to taking a look at your processing. How quickly are you able to get people through that process? And having worked with economic development myself in the past, I can tell you that when you deal with development opportunities, that's one of the things they'll say to you first is, to have a good, efficient processing procedure. So, what I'm asking you at this point is to provide me with any comments or suggestions that you would like to see changed in the approach that I've taken. My job then would be to finalize whatever you provide me with, and then to work with Matt in getting it released to the public for public comment. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much, McGrew. check with public comment, see if anyone wishes to comment on the goals item, work plan item. I see online hands.
Lisa Siani.
Thank you. Continuing to designate environmental stewardship as one of your 4 focus areas is an important decision. Unfortunately, the agenda report only proposes continuing 2 of the 4 current environmental stewardship goals, all 4 of which are unfinished. It is clear we need to complete the climate action plan with a consultant working on it now, and we need to complete a management plan for George Washington Park update now that we have a new full-year biological resources report. But it's critical that council continue the wildlife protection and tree canopy management goals as well. Title 12 needs to be reviewed by council. It relies on the city's 2012 urban forestry standards, but the revisions are not consistent with those standards. And an update to the city's 2015 tree inventory or canopy survey needs to be carried out. The city commits to that in its local coastal program, a commitment that should extend throughout the city, and a goal recommended to council by BNRC. The current goal of initiating and completing a quote, citywide tree improvement and management plan has failed to materialize as a plan. Meanwhile, in order to implement the 2021 recommendations of the Coastal Wildlife Protection Advisory Committee, or CWPAC, the BNRC Wildlife Subcommittee can help move this forward. The CWPAC was a volunteer advisory committee of respected local scientists and natural resource experts, and Council's Coastal Wildlife Protection Subcommittee recommended LCP amendments for implementation, along with the BNRC Standing Wildlife Subcommittee to provide guidance and oversight regarding wildlife protection issues. Council approved those recommendations in December 2022, but contract planners and prospective consultants have been stumbling over implementation of the recommendations, even though so much of the work was already done. It would be a great loss if council sets aside all the work that's been accomplished. There's more detail in my email. BNRC also recommends a goal to council this year to protect wildlife by increasing CSO enforcement and open space and habitats protection. I urge council to include these important tree and wildlife goals that need to be continued from 2023 to 25 goals. They are critical to environmental stewardship in Pacific Grove. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you. The BNRC, one of their goals was to protect wildlife, increase CSO enforcement, open space and habitats protection. And I would request that that be added under the environmental stewardship. Some time back, there was the beginning of a wildlife protection plan. An RFP went out in December of 2023. With the deadline of February 2024. And when I tried to find information, I don't know, a document prepared became visible, but there's never been an actual plan or an update on it or whatever. And I think it's just a very critical document that really does need to be developed so that we do provide protections to all of our wildlife on land and in the sea and on the beaches and what have you. So again, I would ask that that be included in the environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you. We do not have any more online public comment.
Thank you. Close public comment. Come back to the council for discussion of the work plan. I'm just going to lead off just by saying that if I think Cynthia said this, if you prioritize everything, then nothing's a priority. And so this idea of having, last time I think we had 16 goals, clearly we didn't hit them all. I'd like to have less perhaps and hit them all. It's also an exercise in prioritization. And so while we had those 16 goals and 2 of them didn't get done, That's because they weren't really prioritized in the last 2 years before these 2 years that we're in now. And I apologize, it's getting pretty late, but and we've hit some heavy duty stuff today. But so I think that in my mind, I'm not going to be in favor of adding goals. I think that we've got to kind of keep it tight, and then strategies are going to be part of each goal is going to be a number of strategies that are going to go towards that. And I imagine there's going to be a couple at least for each one. So then that's going to become 8 times 2, so 16, or 8 times 3, 24. I don't know. So I think that we're going to eventually have a lot of enough work that our staff, which is already kind of a skeletal crew, is going to be able to actually accomplish. So that's my thought about it. And with respect to the boards and commission stuff, there are some things that, you know, they can continue to work on these things too. So it doesn't stop them from continuing to help us and doing their work and recommending actions and things of that nature, just because we didn't include their specific exact goal that they wanted in here. So yeah, that's what that would be just my kickoff line. But I hope that this can be a fairly condensed item tonight, but I know there's a lot of ideas about things up here. But yeah, I think I like the attachment 1. I'm okay with it. It's broad enough for me. Attacking the unfunded liabilities, amending reserve policies to meet equipment and facility requirements is pretty broad. 5-year capital improvement program for sidewalks and streets can cover complete streets. Technology investment, yes. Climate action plan, yes. George Washington Park. And, housing, obviously, is something we have to try to take on. And eliminating some barriers to development. I think that's important too, because I hear that a lot, that our fees are too high and it takes too long. So these are some of the goals are going to be big goals, because we're really asking our staff to do a lot, but I think we can do it all. So with that, I will recognize other folks. Okay, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. I actually agree with everything on here. The only thing I would argue is that under environmental stewardship, the complete George Washington Park master plan, that's really more of a task than a goal. So what we really need is to have protect and this actually comes right out of some of our charter and our policies, is I would propose just modifying that to protect and preserve the natural amenities of Pacific Grove. Within that comes a George Washington Park master plan and some of the other tasks. So we're talking about how we'll put the tasks under these. If you just do the George Washington Park master plan, you've now left out the whole rest of the city, unfortunately. So the idea is protect and preserve the natural amenities of Pacific Grove is the second item. So the climate action in that. The tree canopy actually fits on both, because it's very much a part of the climate action, as well as the protect and preserve the nature and habitat. So that's the only actual thing that I would recommend, is just making that higher level one, the protect and preserve the wildlife and habitat, and have the George Washington Park be a task under it. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to? Go ahead, Councilmember Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think Councilmember McDonald made a great point about the difference between a task and a goal. I think this looks great. Thank you, Mr. Peralt, for all of your work in doing this. It addresses some very important issues that are hanging out there for us. You know, the equipment, the facilities, the infrastructure, the investment in technology and our staff and workforce. So I think these are great. And I do agree that less is more in this case. Let's try and check them off.
Thank you. Councilmember Walkington.
Thank you.
Late.
Okay, first of all, I fully support the list as written with the amendment that was suggested by Councilmember McDonald. I'm in the same boat as you. It's getting late, isn't it? I did have a clarifying question though, or I was seeking information, I should say. One of our goals last time around was a citywide tree improvement and management plan. Do you have information on that, like its current status, or Director Go perhaps, of kind of where that all landed? It feels like I should know that reflexively, and I really don't.
I'll ask Director Go if you wouldn't mind helping us out with that. Is this beyond the Title 12 work?
Yes. Yes, it was broad-based, but there was I believe there was a plan itself, but I don't know the current status on it. Thank you, Director Go.
Councilmember Walking Stick, Mayor Smith, I do not have a response for you right now. I am not prepared to respond to this, so I could get back to the city council at a future date.
Email works. Thank you. Yeah, and I did have one comment to a very legitimate concern that's come up on the part of the public a few times. Just because you don't see something on this list does not mean that it's not currently being worked on or that it won't be worked on. There's plenty of things that we have addressed tonight and we will continue to address, that just because it doesn't appear here does not mean that we're not committed and we're not engaged in it. It's just, this is our prioritized list as we're trying to boil things down to what our big heavy lifts are going to be over the next year or two. So that's the focus of where we're at. Other projects and concerns will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great statement. And it's just so late that I didn't think to say that, but that was a really good idea. Go to Mayor Pro Tem Amelia.
What I've experienced in the past several years, this is the Mr. Peralta's and Mr. Mogensen. It's a living document. And as we move forward with it, maybe some goals might be able to be adjusted depending upon how the staff is. And my comment again, as I put on my goods, can these goals be realistic for the staff to handle? That's my big thing. Will staff be able to do it as well as sure we have? That's why I'm talking about goals are really a living document. It can be changed. Am I right, Mr. Mogensen or Mr. Peralta?
You know, I'll go ahead and try and answer that. One of the things that I had thought about in terms of next steps after we've reached this point is that, you know, I will ask Mr. Mogensen to work with his staff and make sure that they're aware of everything that you and the BCC submitted. And the reason I think that'll be important, because what the answer to your question is, the budget is developed, they will then develop a series of the milestone projects. And those will be the milestone projects that actually will be implemented. And some of the tasks that, you know, may not be listed as a goal per se, may end up being, as Councilmember McDonald said, a task under that particular area. So that's how we will address it. But my suggestion to the city manager is, as the budget is developed, it'll be returned with a series of milestone projects that from staff's point of view is doable within the budget period, given the resources that you have.
Thank you very much. Any further comment before we approve this? It looks like we're going to approve and amend Goal 2 on environmental stewardship, if I'm reading the room here. And go ahead, Councilmember Walking Stick.
Thank you for recognizing me. I almost forgot one important little thing that I saw in this. In addition to providing direction to city staff on focus areas, so on and so forth, this process seems like a good and appropriate time to task out the BCCs with their goals as well. The BCCs provided many good suggestions, many of which seem like appropriate tasks for the committees that suggested them. So at some point during the development process, I think it would be a good idea. It would be a good idea for us to also task out the BCCs. Anyway, whenever that's appropriate, thank you very much for letting me speak.
Of course. Okay. Do I have a motion can I get a motion to approve attachment 1 with just a couple of amendments to add in the word grove in the environmental stewardship policy value statement, and to give me some different language on Goal 2? Okay, Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do the motion so I can add that part of it. For one point of clarity, we can say to protect and preserve the natural resources or wildlife and habitat. Do you prefer the more specifics of wildlife and habitat or the broader natural resources?
I would say natural resources, but that would be my.
And it
Yeah, I think
includes
it's
wildlife and
specific
habitat.
down in the.
Okay,
yeah.
just wanted to be sure. Okay, great. So nothing to read ahead of time, so I'm looking for my actual agenda item, but I move the motion to adopt the recommendations from Mr. Peralt, adding the word grove and modifying goal 2 under environmental stewardship to be protect and preserve the natural resources of Pacific Grove.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by McDonald, second by Rao. Discussion on the motion. I'll recognize Matt Mogensen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, if we're going to be real specific on some of these words, it's okay if you're not. I think we could still, but climate action plan, I think there's an adaptation that's also supposed to be in there. And that'll be much different than the
Yeah.
milestones that come in that. So if it's okay with you after tonight, we could clean up things like that.
Okay.
Or if you want to make it all part of your motion, you can do that too.
I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Yeah, I'll just add it. Just another word.
Yeah.
And then second still good.
Second, still good.
I think we've got it. I think we're ready to rock on this. So now I will ask for a roll call vote. Or we could take a voice vote on this, I think. Okay, has everyone understood the motion and everything? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Peralt, for coming out. Great work. That was probably the quickest goals item I've ever done in almost 9 years. Okay. You should be given a hand for sure. Okay, now we're moving right along to our final item of the night. This is the Pacific Grove Cares Project. And I will go to Mr. Go, I believe, again. Are we coming back to Public Works? Okay.
Zoom isn't on. Zoom is on. Do you want to just present?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Zoom came off the staff PC, so Stephanie, I think, is going to present for us. Okay, so tonight we're bringing before you the Pacific Grove Cares. At your previous City Council meeting, questions arose, and we received those questions and then addressed them on an associated sheet that's in your packet. A lot of those questions should be in there. So tonight, myself and Miss Peggy Gibbs, who is president of Pacific Grove Cares. That's fine. Okay. We'll maybe making this brief presentation. So tonight we're here to present to you 2 projects that Pacific Grove Cares has brought forth before the city. One of the projects is at Chase Park and the other one is at Caledonia Park. And both of them are just landscape refreshing projects. Next slide. At this time, I'm going to pass the microphone to Ms. Gibbs, who's going to discuss briefly about what Pacific Grove Cares is, and then I'll jump into the projects.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
It's an honor to be back with you, and I thank you for this opportunity. You can see for yourself, but we are a 501c3 registered and fully accounted for with the state and federal. We are dedicated to restoring and maintaining and improving our town planted public landscape. You might wonder about how we are organized. All of our administration and project management is performed by volunteers. That means we don't take a salary. Donations allow us to be able to hire local professional gardeners and contractors to perform work that is too rigorous for us to do or requires an expert, and to purchase materials as needed. Landscape maintenance is done by volunteers. So once we complete a project, it's completely done and managed by volunteers. I just want to add one thing to that, and that is that we are planning on presenting to the city an investment of a minimum of $33,000. And we are planning also to sign waivers with the city for all of our volunteers. So just as every other organization would do that is a volunteer.
Yes.
Okay, so as I specified, Pacific Grove Cares plans to partner with the city of Pacific Grove to implement these two projects. And the two projects, the initial two projects that they want to undertake are Chase Park, which is the completing the park. So we've had the generous donation of Chase Park East, which was above the parking lot. Now we want to do Chase Park West, which is on the other side of Ocean View Boulevard. And then Caledonia Park, adjacent to the Tommy Stillwell Court sign. So here's the Chase Park East, right? This is the one that was already done. You've all seen it, was renovated in 2020. And the maintenance continues to be done by the Praske family. They did an excellent job. We would like to flow this concept and this theme into Chase Park West. Okay, so here's what Chase Park West looked like. And this was probably a month and a half ago. Now the weeds are probably, or the grasses are probably knee high. So this is the section that we're going to be undertaking, is between basically Ocean View Boulevard and the sidewalk there, and then that walking path that you see on the right side of your slide. Here's another angle of it. Just this is done taking Jewel Avenue. So most of these shrubs will be removed, and then we'll get to the one tree here in a second. Here's just a basic schematic of where some of the plantings are going to go, and kind of a layout design of this. This is also in your packet. So this is, there's a historic walking path that goes through Chase Park, and it was reestablished on the west side. So one of the big points is to reestablish it through the east side of the park too. And this is kind of like a historic path. It kind of meandered along the railroad right away back in the day. So this is a big focal point of this project, is to reestablish these pathways. Next, please. Okay, and this is just a close-up of how the pathways have kind of diminished over time. So this is going to be a big focal point of the project, is reestablishing these pathways. We will have to remove one tree here. Now, we haven't really done an evaluation of the tree, but as you can see, it's not in the best of shape. It does show some signs of decay, and it doesn't have good structure. It's not sound, but we will do a full report on this tree, and we will post it for removal if the city council grants us the approval to move forward with the project tonight. This will be one of the first things that we do with these projects. Is we will post this tree. We will go through all of the proper channels that are laid out in the city code and ordinance to properly approve this tree for removal. And one thing before I leave this slide and go to the next thing is, both of these locations that we're talking about are also within the coastal zone. So we will be submitting coastal zone applications to our community development department for their determination on the next steps with that. That will be one of the next processes that we take. And then this is the Caledonia site. So you've got the Tommy Stillwell Caledonia Park sign, which you see at the far left of the slide. We want to refresh this area. It's across the street from the post office. It's a predominant area in our downtown location. Be nice if you come down from Lighthouse and you hit Central, you make that turn, and you've got a nice, vibrant, landscaped area to be inviting to go to the park. This is just another view of that area. It's a little rough right now, but it could use some refreshing. So this is an opportunity to work with Pacific Grove Cares to do so. And this is, again, just a little schematic of the layouts and plantings and stuff that we'll be doing. And this is also in your packet. So next steps. So the BNRC approved this project in January 19, 2005 unanimously. And they recommend us to move it forward to the city council. We did that, and the city council, as I specified earlier, had numerous questions, which we tried to capture most of those questions or concerns on that spreadsheet. And that sheet should answer any questions and will be available to answer any afterwards. With the BNRC and the council liaison, as I specified, we pushed it forward to the city council. So tonight we're requesting the city council to authorize Pacific Grove Cares to work on the two properties, but also to authorize staff to assist with the implementation. So our next steps will have to be to post that tree and go through that process. Staff will have to work with Pacific Grove Cares to develop those applications for the coastal development permits, and then move forward with whatever requirements are noted through those permits. And then we'll move forward with the projects once we have all those permits in hand and the authority to take the appropriate action. And I believe that completes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a show of hands, and I'm going to take my time this time. I'm going to take a show of hands of how many people would like to speak here tonight in the building. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. And then online. No, I'm going to wait. So if you want to speak online, put your hand up now, because we're going to take your name down. So you have I'll give you a minute to put your hand up if you would like to speak online.
We have 6 participants online.
I'm going to limit comment to 1.5 minutes. So if you're in chambers, come on forward, and you're going to have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay, showtime. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. I love that. Good evening. Thank you for allowing the presentation from Pacific Grove Cares to give opportunity for additional public comment and council response. Pacific Grove Cares presented at the January 21st, 2025 BNRC meeting and was met with enthusiastic optimism and support. Below are some highlights from that meeting that rung particularly strong. Modeled after and with the guidance of Carmel Cares, community togetherness and support, sister city collaboration, 501c3 donations and volunteers to get well-needed landscaping projects off the ground on city properties versus financial and workload dependency on the city, professional horticulturists and trained volunteers on board with Pacific Grove Cares, ongoing and specific attention to environmental needs and safety, overwhelmingly and enthusiastically received by the public and the BNRC. Although no motion was necessary, the BNRC showed our support through the following motion: approve Pacific Grove Cares proposed projects. Personally, I'd like to add also that Peggy Gibbs, the founder of Pacific Grove Cares, has been easy to work with. When a suggestion comes forward, she collaborates well and implements the suggestion immediately. Case in point was at the February 19th, 2025 meeting, City Council specifically, she took some of those suggestions and implemented them into her plan that you are seeing today. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oops. Good evening, Mayor. Almost good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Marty Dunn, and I stayed up really late for this because it's special, but I thought I might not make it, so I typed a letter. I'm just going to read you the letter. Consider it a reference letter as if PG Cares were applying for a job. The BNRC, of which I am a member, was truly thrilled to hear PG Cares founder Peggy Gibbs' recent presentation of this proposal and gave its unanimous and rousing approval. This letter serves as my wholehearted endorsement of the newly established PG Cares. Peggy, much to the good fortune of our town, was inspired to found this nonprofit group with the intent of beautifying some of PG's special areas. Peggy tapped into her impressive leadership and organizational experiences in several not-for-profit ventures to establish PG Cares because she cares about this town and wants to make our great place even better. Her plans are solid. Her board of directors is ready to work. Her financial support is enthusiastic. Her volunteers are ready to go. And all she needs now is council's blessing so that they can get out the shovels. I look forward to seeing Peggy's vision and her volunteer corps' efforts come to fruition soonest. I ask that you give PG Cares your approval and allow it to bloom. Thank you.
Well done on the timing. That was excellent. Anyone else in chambers? If so, please come forward. And if you're going to, anyone else, please queue up. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Marie Hunter. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove, and I'm also a donor of PG Cares, and I would really love to see those projects come to fruition. I think that this is a huge win for the community. There's very minimal cost in terms of the staff needs to support it. And I can't wait to roll up my sleeves and help out physically, financially. So I urge you to support these projects and vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbs.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, thank you for allowing us to squeak in under the time limit. Mike Gibbs. Really, I think everything has been said, but some of you were at Mr. Stillwell's 95th birthday party. I think Ms. Rao was there, the mayor was, and maybe other people. And it made me remember that a few weeks ago, Peggy and I and other people were standing at right by the Tommy Stillwell sign right there. And he talked to us about hand digging that basketball court and what it meant to his son, Tommy, who passed away in a diving accident. And this was on KSBW. This was being filmed about what this meant to him. And he stood up the entire time. He looked into the camera. And about halfway through this, I'm watching him. He's not talking about Tommy. He's just talking about the project, getting this project done. And he had to stop. And I look over it, and he's got his hat on and his fire chief's coat on. And big, fat tears are streaming down his face. He said, Peggy, it would be so great if you could get this done. So I just wanted to relate that. I was standing there, and it was just the kind of thing where you would, how could you possibly say anything but let's start right now. I got the shovel in my trunk. Thank you. I know you're going to do the right thing. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll go to the online.
Lisa Ciani.
Thank you. I think PG Cares is a fabulous organization, and these are two wonderful projects for them to start with. My concerns are not related to their projects very much, at least. I agree with Member Garfield having pulled this, but it would have been great if it could have been taken care of ahead of time. My concern is that Public Works it becomes unquestioning when people are giving something for free to the city, and I get that. But in the eastern part of Chase Park, he didn't give them a list of native plants. And so Mr. Praske, I mean, he was so distressed when people were disappointed that there were no native plants. I had a really nice conversation with his grandson rather, who handled the thing, and his grandson went out and got some ceanothus at least. So we have one kind of native plant there. The other thing was that they were restoring the historic Chase bench for Lucille Chase, and they put in giant gate posts of stone and shrunk the bench so that only one person can sit. So I just hope it's handled carefully and within coastal.
Thank you, Ms. Chiani.
Thank you. We got to keep it going there.
Carmelita Garcia.
Thank you. I support the project 100%, encourage you to approve it. I want to talk about a precedent, though, that's been set as a result of Garfield convincing everybody to deny the project because the staff's time wasn't identified. So all of a sudden, this project responsibility form shows up. And I'm curious as to who designed it, if it was staff or whatever, because there's no identification on the form as to who designed it. But I want to bring to your attention, so we have the Butterfly Window, the Chinese Pavilion, Chautauqua Hall project, and whether or not these projects have completed a project responsibility form as well. Is it going to become a standard? Will it be put on the website? Is there going to be a policy written about the use of this particular form? So people need to start thinking about that because, as I mentioned, a precedent has been set. I support this project 100%, and I'm really sorry that it had to be delayed in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Tully?
This is Atticus. I also am completely 100% in favor of this. I think it's just a wonderful gift and an opportunity that Peggy and Mike and her team are giving to the city. I would just encourage you to please vote quickly on this because the longer this delays, we're missing growing opportunities to plant things and establish things. We're in our rainy season now. It would have been really great to start this 1 or 2 months ago. So please just make a decision. I hope it's a favorable decision so that these folks can get started and get things going. It'll help the landscaping process down the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Rotoli?
Hi, thank you. Yes, I know it's a late evening. We're all sticking with this because it's important to us. I know I'm personally on deck as one of the volunteers ready to help and get my hands dirty. And so I urge you guys to move this along. We've got, seems like everyone's blessing. So woohoo, let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Lindstrom?
Just a second. Can you hear me now? Yes, I support the projects and I wanted to make sure that there's no delay in getting the Tommy Stillwell part of this done if it's approved.
Thank you. Dennis? Dennis, can you please unmute yourself? Jane Haynes?
Yes, I support the project as well. I have two requests. One, that the Pacific Grove Cares will consult with Lisa Chiani. She really is an expert on native plants, and I think that could be helpful. And my other request is the same as we just heard, which is to not be a delay in the beginning of the part of the project that pertains to the Tommy Stillwell sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to the council. Oh, is Dennis still there? He disappeared off my screen.
Dennis?
We'll give him a little bit of chance here, but if you can't unmute, then we're going to move on. It's not working. We can get a thumbs up or a thumbs down, sir. I think it's going to be a thumbs up, so I'm just guessing. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm closing public comment. Bring it back to the council. for discussion and action. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Amelia. It's all right.
Mr. Go, do you know what the timeline would be on this project if everything falls into place? You mentioned a coastal permit. How long does that usually take? Do you know?
We would be expecting that this project would meet some sort of exemption for permit, but that still, the process still has to, the application still have to be submitted with the coastal development or the CDD department for their review, but they probably fall under an exemption, so they would be expedited.
Okay. I am in support of the project.
Thank you, Councilmember Rao.
If Chair Walking Stick can come up, I've got a question for you while you're doing that. Mr. Go, has the arborist reviewed the tree?
Only high level when we walked it one day with Pacific Grove Cares.
Okay,
So he has not done an analysis of the tree.
okay. And then, Chair, when you supported the project, you supported removing the tree?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Matt, sorry, Mr. Mogensen, I apologize. I know you and I had talked about, and this, we may want to put this on a future agenda item, entering into an agreement with some of the folks that are gonna, I've heard other people say they wanted to do a beautification of downtown, raise some money, clean up the landscaping and the potted plants and all of that. So I know that we have a copy of an agreement, and maybe that's something that we need to look towards to entering into agreement with the nonprofits that want to help. I think given our budget situation, anything that we do could be helpful.
So Councilmember Rao, I think there was a public comment that brought this up as well. We're looking to really come up with a standard program. And one of those pieces are probably that chart, that matrix, but all that should be documented in probably a very simple form agreement of some kind that talks about indemnification, liability, who does what, responsibilities. We do have some models that are probably more complex than we need for something like this. So I can work with the city attorney we can put together something fairly quickly, and it would be low cost to the city. So it'd probably be within my signing authority.
Would be great. Thank you. The last thing, I know in the last meeting, I made a comment about, I know Mrs. Gibbs said that they were going to take care of all the cost and the city wasn't going to have any cost, but we're up to about $7,800 on the city's responsibility. And I think that's what we were looking for, was how much staff time and how much cost the city's going to have to incur. I'm okay with the $7,800 as long as it doesn't go to $17,800. But, now that we know what the project cost is going to be, and I think moving forward, anyone that comes forward with these projects, we need to better understand what that responsibility is from the city side. But I will vote to support this tonight.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to mention at this point, because the agreement was brought up, I think for this particular item, I'm supporting the recommendation tonight. And then I think on the back end, we need to work on an agreement with any vendors that are going to provide services. I think those are the ones that we should have some kind of indemnification agreement, and then we can add them as we go through different vendors. They can be added to it. So that's would be my take on it. But I'm going to support the recommended action tonight. Let you guys work on the back end on that. And I'll recognize Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I just actually wanted to really thank Pacific Grove Cares for bringing projects like this, because I think anything we can do in public-private partnership, it gives kind of the whole community to take pride in the community. People can now contribute their time, contribute their money to providing beautification projects. And I think it would be really special in light of Mr. Stillwell's 95th birthday too, to do this project kind of, for him and all he's done for the city. So thank you to Pacific Grove Cares for bringing this forward and kind of helping us set a framework for doing this. So we have a really structured way to do this in the future that will make it easy and will allow the public to contribute in ways. I've been talking for a long time about wanting to find ways for the community to better be able to support us and the city overall. And so I think this is a great start. Thank you.
Councilmember Walking Stick.
Tried to keep my comments to a minute and a half as well. What started off as reviewing and approval for a couple of projects turned into something much larger where we're actually setting a precedent for how the council is going to go forward dealing with volunteer organizations. So apologies for any sense of inconvenience that caused you or the community, but there is a larger good that's at least coming of it. I think it's important on the part of the council to empower volunteer organizations that want to come forth and help our community to support them in that effort in any way that we can. So because of that and other reasons, I support this going forward. And very much so as these things came up as far as agreements and what is it, the responsibilities matrix. However we apply these, we need to apply evenly across all organizations. I mean, that should go without saying, but I definitely want it on the record for sure. And with that, I'm going to support this as well, as written. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Councilmember Vergara?
Yeah, we'll make this a 6-0. I'm supportive of this too. I would say from the formal agreement and to Councilmember Rao's comments, it is not going to be, I would say, uncommon for projects to have a certain amount to begin with. In this case, it looks like not touching more than 10,000. So maybe in the formal agreement, we need to stipulate something to the effect of not exceeding a certain amount so that the city is covered and the council can review anything which goes beyond that amount. Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
Would make a motion to approve the Pacific Grove Cares to commence work on 2 landscape projects, Caledonia Park by the Tommy Stillwell sign and Chase Park West, and authorize staff to assist Pacific Grove Cares with the projects.
Could we add to that, and that that would be subject to the preparation and execution of an agreement between the city and Pacific Grove Cares?
I will amend that motion. The motion plus what you just said, Mr. Perrick. I'm getting a little tired too.
I'll second.
Okay, it sounds like we're in agreement here. I'll take a voice vote on this. Any discussion on the motion? I apologize. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Congratulations to Pacific Grove Cares, and meeting adjourned.